Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everybody. Um, okay. Today is just um book reading stream and then some Rabbit and Steel later. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump right into it just because there's not really a whole lot happening. Yeah, I'm gonna jump straight into chapter 7 of Soulsmith. Oh, I 100% forgot to grab water. I will actually go ahead and do that real fast. I will be right back. All right, I've grabbed water. I'm going to get back and yep, we're gonna just go ahead and start reading. All right. Chapter 7. By moonlight, Lyndon could barely make out the words painted on the board, bathhouses for rent. They looked more like outhouses than bathhouses, rickety sheds of wood only large enough for a single person. They were packed like grave markers in a cemetery, and customers emerging after their bath had to pick their way out through a maze of boxes. Like the rest of the Five Factions Alliance encampment, these facilities had clearly been tossed together. One young man sat at an uncovered table, chin in one hand. He yawned as Lyndon and Yaren approached. 2 scales each, he said, not so much as glancing at the two of them. The sun had fallen long ago, and one lantern dangling from a nearby tree's branch provided the only light. Lyndon and Yaren had wandered for hours, trying to find another place that would take them for the night. But most were packed full. The rest the rest demanded scales, obviously the currency of the region, and refused to listen further when Lyndon said they didn't have any. A good evening to you, Lyndon said, bowing over a sacred artist's salute. The man didn't acknowledge him. We're from far away, so perhaps Elder Brother could help us. Some of the innkeepers had addressed him as Little Brother before they realized he didn't have any money, so Lyndon reasoned that it must be polite around here. The man snorted, still not looking at him. Who's your brother? If you have no money, then shoo! Shoo! He waved them away with one hand. Lyndon could actually hear Yaren's hand tightening on her sword hilt. We don't have much money, I'll grant you, but I'm sure we can come to an agreement, Lyndon said pleasantly. He withdrew a shade silk bag with a portion of his leftover chips in it. He kept most of his chips inside his pack, but he typically carried 20 or 30 for small transactions. He spilled a few of the rectangular half-silver tokens onto the man's table. We'd be happy to trade if you think these are worth a few scales. If they weren't, he still had the half-silver dagger to trade. Or if half-silver was worth nothing more than rocks here, he was sure he could find some treasure they could trade for the local currency. Even the 1,000-mile cloud that drifted behind them would be worth selling, if they could get a good enough price. The man sighed. Scales or nothing, he said, raising his hand to brush the chips away from him. He froze at the sight of the speckled metal, like stars stuck in silver. His eyes bulged, and Lyndon sensed vulnerable prey. I think I can do you a favor, little brother, the man said, voice straining to stay casual. I'm sure I can lend you some scales of my own, if you're in that much need. How about 2 of your coins per scale? True and clear, Yaren said impatiently, slapping her palm down on the table. So that's 8 for the both of us. The man looked like he'd just seen gold rain from the heavens, but before he could grab the chips, Lyndon had already swept them back into his bag. I'm sorry, elder brother, but as I said, we're only poor travelers. I'm not sure we can part with 8 of these chips. I'm certain 4 would be asking you to take a loss, but would 5 do? The man pointed at Yaren. She said 8 was fine. She said it. Lyndon tightened the strings on his purse and sighed. She did, so I'm afraid I'll have to find another. The man cut him off by grabbing his arm. 5 is good enough. 5 is fine. This time, the man obviously realized that Lyndon had caught on, because a blush ran from his cheek down to his neck. He didn't back down, though. The value of half silver might be higher than Lyndon had thought. It's hard on me, but 3 is fine. Yaren leaned her elbows on the table. Is it now? And you were going to let me drop 8? She obviously hadn't cared before, but now the man was getting Yaren's full attention. He shifted under that weight. It's a negotiation, little sister, not worth getting upset about. Lyndon kept his smile from growing. Now that Yaren was involved, her intimidation could only help him. Of course you're right, Lyndon said. Just a negotiation. He reached 2 fingers into the purse and withdrew a single half-silver rectangle. How about one of these, and you give us each a room? 2 keys, the man said, snatching the chip from Lyndon's hand. Swiftly, he produced a wooden circle with a script engraved into it. Lyndon recognized it as rough work, but it was probably enough to engage and disengage a basic script lock. Feel free to come back and see us later, he said cheerily. Lyndon bowed in response, wondering by how much he'd overpaid. If he found out a single chip was worth 1,000 scales, he'd weep blood. He turned to the bathhouse, but Yaren rapped her knuckles on the table before she did. There's a good chance we won't cross ways again, she said. Our school's high elder needs us in the ruins at dawn. Not a man you want to ignore, hear me? Not unless you want to bleed a river. Hi, Jade. Welcome in, welcome in. I don't know why you claimed second. First should still be available. Yeah, first is still available, so second is a little interesting, you know? But I'm doing good. How are you doing, Jade? She laughed cheerfully, and he tried to join her. Only then did Yaren turn and follow Lyndon. Could you explain that to me? He asked. Half silver's rare, she said, but it's not that rare. He was looking like you were carrying phoenix feathers soaked in dragon tears. Oh, I thought it wouldn't have been. Yeah, nope. First is still open right now. But I mean, you can claim first and also have claimed second. But yeah, I drink some water. Finally, the reality dawned on Lyndon, and he shivered. Forgive me, I was short sighted. If he hadn't been so tired and so focused on making a profit, he would have seen it immediately. I'm doing good. I skipped my CNA class and got panda. My hair also turned blue again without me doing anything, and I mean very blue. Um, that's weird. Did you use some sort of different shampoo maybe? Something that might accidentally change the color of your hair? In Sacred Valley, an unsold carrying a fortune was begging to be robbed. Out here, a copper was the same. He'd be lucky if they only beat him. Nah, it's all settled now. His bones are rattling so hard he wouldn't dare to pick up a coin if we tossed it to him. But possibly don't flash any more half silver around until we get away from here. Which killed his newborn plan to trade all his half silver for elixirs and training resources. He'd only been rich for a few seconds, and now he couldn't even spend it. They found a pair of shacks back to back. Even though Lyndon could barely squeeze inside with his pack, he finally managed it. And he could hear Yeren as she stepped into her own. He paused, looking at the center of the bathhouse, and he heard her do the same. He'd expected a tub full of cold water, maybe a simple construct for heating if they were really luxurious. Instead, a crystalline pool of water sat at the center of the ground, deep enough that it would be up to his shoulders. The ground surrounding the pool was just dirt, but the water was protected by walls of rugged white rock. It was like they'd grown a hot spring in the middle of an ordinary field. Is this natural? Lyndon asked, his voice carrying easily through the slats of the wood. No hope of that. Brought the water up somehow, I guess. Their stalls stood back to back, each made of boards loosely slapped together. They did nothing to stop the sounds from her side, the rattle of her sword as she set it aside, and the steady rustle of cloth as she slipped out of her clothing. He lowered his eyes to the ground, though there was nothing to see, his cheeks heating. Most of the girls in Sacred Valley were promised to someone from an early age, so it would have been inappropriate for any besides his sister to spend time with Lyndon. Once he was known as an unsouled, none even wanted to. Now that he was hearing a girl undress, he was irrationally afraid that she would read his thoughts. He intentionally rattled his pack as he set it down to the side, unlacing his robe in determination to act normal. He shouldn't be flustered by something this petty. He was almost 16 years old. He froze with his outer robe down to his waist when she realized she could hear him even more clearly. She had an iron body. From this distance, she could probably hear him blink. His blush became a fire in his cheeks, and he snuck out of the rest of his clothes like a thief picking his way through a field of traps. Mercifully, Yaren remained quiet even when he tried to lower himself into the water and gasped at the heat. It wasn't hot enough to burn him, or so he hoped, but it felt strange and hot against his skin. He wondered how long it had been since he had a hot bath, and that thought was enough to get him to slide into the stone-edged pool. It was deeper than it was wide, so he was practically standing up to his shoulders in the warm water, but he still let out a deep sigh of relief. As layers of dirt floated away, the heat sunk deep into tired muscles. He leaned his head into the grass behind him, letting his eyes close. Yaren's voice came almost as soon as he had closed his eyes. Sorry we're not getting beds. Hmm? He was so tired the words almost didn't make sense. Beds. You miss your house, true? I get it. We could have stayed with the Jai. It just scrapes me raw to bend to their tricks. Lyndon couldn't deny some regret that he hadn't been able to sleep indoors for once. but letting the Jai clan do whatever they wanted seems like the worst option. Even if they had nothing but good intentions, Yern had been right that their actions weren't honorable. You have no reason to apologize to me, Lyndon said. Without you, I'd be a raw meat in the middle of a wolf pack. If you had told me to sleep outside for the rest of my life, I'd do it without complaint. She was silent for a minute or two after that. So he had no idea how she'd taken those words. Maybe she didn't believe him. When she spoke again, she sounded flustered, though that could have been his imagination. Well, if you can recall, the Jai Clan guy mentioned the Black Flame Empire. I don't know it, but the world's big. There's bound to be some regular villages around here. People who haven't flocked to the strange and deadly ruins. Tomorrow we can skip it. Move on. Find some friendlier places. Where will we find somewhere better than this? Jai-san's story of the spear had caught him up in its mystery, and being surrounded by gold martial artists was inspiring. Even the transcendent ruins fascinated him. They were a dark and deadly labyrinth left behind by powerhouses of an ancient world. Who knew what treasures lay inside? If they left, he'd be giving up any chance of finding something for himself. It's not comfortable here, Lyndon continued. I certainly agree with you on that, but why would we leave? Sacred artists from all over are gathered. Maybe one of them knows some pure mantra techniques. Maybe they could teach me a second path, or even take me inside the ruins. His imagination was spinning at full speed, showing him images of the endless benefits he could gather inside the pyramid. You think it's so easy to learn a path, do you? You even want to try for two? Like you're the first person with that idea. Lyndon was trying not to feel too embarrassed about his Sacred Valley education, but Yern didn't make it easy. I know I could be wrong, but it was my understanding that most people don't have two cores. Sure, you have an advantage in that respect. Same way somebody with no legs has advantage on saving on shoes. But I've got one core packed full of sword madra. Why don't I learn a second sword path? I'd learn twice as much. Lyndon hadn't considered that, but now that he thought of it, he wondered why she didn't. First step, I'd have to find someone to teach me, and they wouldn't. They know I'm on another path. They won't teach me their secrets. That's handing a sword to your enemy's son. He won't thank you for it, and he might turn it against you someday. But if you could find someone to teach you, still I wouldn't do it. Say I have a job that takes all my time. Just because I want some more money doesn't mean I'm gonna go out and find a second job. Sure, I'll make more, but that doesn't leave much room for sleeping. Water splashed around on her side of the dividing wall. Besides, one path is enough danger for my taste. I didn't get my scars because I'm so bad at needlepoint, if you hear my meaning. He had wondered about her scars in the past. They were too regular, too smooth, so that they looked as though they'd been left by razors. He assumed she'd gotten them from training her endless sword technique, and it seemed he'd been right. I'm not afraid of a little more pain, he said. That wasn't entirely true, but he was prepared to endure whatever he had to in order to travel farther down the path of the sacred arts. You've had one taste at copper and you're thirsty for the whole bottle? Let me tell you, I had the same thoughts as you when I heard about the spear. You know how many sword artists there are in the world? There's enough path manuals to pave the streets from here to Phoenix Height. If I could take their power by beating them, drain sword remnants and stealing their power with that spear, I might even reach my master someday. It draws me, but I don't chase prey I know I'll never catch. It somewhat hurt, having his dreams punctured one by one, but he gave her words the full consideration they deserved. She wasn't one to give up lightly. Yaren was the person who stood against the entire Heaven's Glory school and prepared to die rather than retreat from battle. If she wanted to skirt this one, it meant she really believed there was nothing to gain here. But something about that stuck in him like a needle beneath skin. He reached over, grabbing a smooth wooden medallion next to his pack. His badge. The character in the snare glared at him, as it had every single day for the last 8 years. Empty. I need something, Yeren. This is where I can get it. I can finally feel the aura all around me, even now, like I'm lost in endless power, and I can't touch any of it. I need a path to teach me how. It's like I'm dying of poison, and I'm drowning in the sea of the antidote. You think people just accept any disciple that asks? Yeren sounded angry now. You think they teach paths to anybody? No one will take you. No one will teach you. Not until you're worth something. That's the steel truth of it. And you'd best swallow it now. The bath was starting to feel uncomfortably hot. I can get a faction to accept me, Lyndon said. Yeren's doubt cut him, but he knew his own abilities. There were enough different paths represented here that he had to be able to find a way in somewhere. Are your ears just for decoration? If I say it's hard, it's hard. If a school does take you, they'll nail your feet to the ground. They don't want their precious disciples wandering out, taking their secrets with them. That's years stuck in one place by yourself, because you can bet they won't take me in. Then you can leave, Lyndon said, and he regretted saying it even before the words emerged. He tried to control the damage immediately. Of course, I wish you wouldn't. It's not. I would like you to stay with me, but I wouldn't want to burden you. You're already finished with your promise to me, so there's nothing. It was at this point that he realized he was digging himself a deeper grave, and decided to put the shovel down. She was silent for so long that Lyndon started to overheat. He reached for the paper wrapping bar of gritty soap that he'd brought with him from home. While he scrubbed himself down, he kept one ear open for Yaren's response. She remained quiet. Finally, when he'd rinsed himself and begun putting his clothes on, slowly, to give her as much time as possible to respond, Yaren spoke. Let's not go charting any courses yet. We'll find somewhere to spend the night first. The words sounded dead, so Lyndon responded with forced cheer. Of course, I wasn't planning on making any decisions tonight. At that moment, a shadow passed in front of his stall, and footsteps came to a halt in the grass. Little sister, little brother, came the voice of the bathhouse attendant. It would be best if the two of you finished soon. You're welcome to return any time you like, of course, but it seems as though there will be some trouble. A smack echoed around the bathhouse grounds, like a slap of wood on wood, and the attendant sighed. Very soon. If you don't have ties to either the Fishers or the Sand Vipers, I'd recommend you hurry. Lyndon tugged on the rest of his clothes, slipping the pack onto his back, and pulled on his badge. When he pushed his way out of the bathhouse, Yaren stood in front of him. Her hair hung limp and wet as well, and she was still tightening the thick red rope that served her in place of a belt. She tied it into a wide bow and twisted the whole mass around so that the bow hung behind her. All the while, she kept her eyes off her hands and on Lyndon. The silence was painful. He felt as though he should say something, but what he settled on was, "Shall we go see what's happening?" I can't recommend that, the attendant said. It's a hornet's nest over there. He scratched at the back of his right hand, and Lyndon saw a bright red circle there. A gold sign. So even the servants in a place like this were stronger than anyone in Sacred Valley. Yaren met Lyndon's gaze and nodded. Won't be won't be so hard. Won't be so hard to find them at least. She turned and walked off without acknowledging the attendant again. For this part, Lyndon bowed to the man with his fists pressed together before he followed Yaren. The 1,000-mile cloud trailed after him, dragging along on a dragged along on an invisible leash of thin madra. The loud noises had been joined by raised voices, and two groups arranged on the road outside of the bathhouse. One group was wearing furs, and each had a bright green lizard creature attached to one arm. These remnants, or parasites, or gold signs, whatever they were, acted independently from their host, hissing and spitting at their enemies opposite them, though they never left. Maybe they were attached somehow. The other group must have been the fishers, based on the attendant's words. Most of them were dressed in clothes that would have been considered poor even in Sacred Valley. Threadbare brown robes, sandals on the edge of breaking, woven reed hats with wide brims that would protect against harsh sunlight. Some of them wore them even now, after dark, though a few more had strapped the hats onto their backs. Each of them carried the same weapon, which Lyndon had noticed before, a wide crescent blade on a hilt, like a sword that had been bent into the shape of a hook. One of the sandvipers reached up and pulled another board away from the building. Like most construction in the Five Factions Alliance, this place was slipshod and half finished, and it looked like it was only one or two boards away from collapsing. Clearly the man had done this before, judging by the pile of wood next to the half disassembled building. "We're just passing the time as we wait here," the sandviper said casually, peeling another board away from the structure. The whole hut groaned. "If we don't have anything to call us away, we might as well stay a while longer." A tall woman stepped up as the representative of the fishers. Unlike the others, she carried two of those bladed hooks. One in her hand and the other on her back. A sneer gave her a twisted, malicious cast. "While you're waiting here, maybe I'll go back home. I made some new friends today, and they have all sorts of interesting stories to tell us about you." The lead sandviper's face contorted until it looked like hers, and he stepped forward himself, in a flicker of motion so fast that Lyndon almost didn't catch it. A pair of long knives appeared in each of his hands. Vivid green madra coiled around each blade. "Give me my miners back, and we can let this go here." "If you want to give me my brother's eye back, then we can—" A new voice, quiet and even, sliced through the argument like a razor. "What is this?" The sandvipers parted like a crowd of puppies before a wolf. The first detail Lyndon could see of the new figure was a spearhead, which gleamed bright even in the light from the smoky torches. The shaft was red, worked with detail that looked like it might have been script, but the weapon hardly attracted attention compared to the man who carried it. He was roughly as tall as Lyndon, but thinner, so that his build matched that of his spear. He wore ordinary dark robes, like more than half of the sacred artists Lyndon had seen that day, but he wore something they did not: long strips of red cloth, wrapped tightly around his head. It looked as though he tried to bandage himself for grievous injuries to the skull. But his wounds had bled through. Every one of the strips of cloth was covered, without exception, in what was unmistakably script. Even if Lyndon had been close enough to make out the script in detail, he likely still wouldn't have been able to tell what it did. Perhaps it had some intimidating effect on onlookers, because everyone grew quiet as the masked stranger approached. The sandvipers shut their mouths like children before a parent, and the fishers had all reached for their weapons, even the few handful of bystanders who had stuck by to watch the confrontation. Like Lyndon, did not dare to utter a word, except Yaren. "He's strong," she said to Lyndon, though even she kept her comment to barely above a whisper. The stranger stopped the lead sandviper, who drew himself and saluted over his fists. "Brother Jai Long," the sandviper said, "these fishers captured some of our miners on the return from the ruins. We wanted to at least recover the scales in order to save face for the sandviper sect." Another member of the Jai clan, Lyndon noted, and once again in the company of sandvipers. Those men and women at the gate hadn't just been Jaisen's friends, then. Their factions were close allies. He wasn't sure if the fact would be worth anything, but he tucked it away nonetheless. "For the Sandviper sect," Jailong repeated softly. "Who is responsible for the missing mining team?" That was... I was responsible for guarding them, but the fishers sent too many for me to handle on my own." "Then you are both careless and weak. You have lost respect for yourself and the sect, and the young chief will punish you accordingly." The sandviper man's hands curled into a fist. He straightened his back, glaring. "Then I will hear as much from Kral's own mouth. He does not need an outsider to speak for him." Despite Lyndon's expectations, Jailong did not grow angry. He tilted his head back, looking up at thick black branches hanging over the street. "I suppose he doesn't." A man jumped from the branch, landing with knees slightly bent as though he'd hopped off a curb. It looked so easy, so natural. The sandvipers backed away at the sudden appearance of this man, who wore fine black furs, and held his chin so high it looked as though he were about to issue a royal decree. He stared at the lead sandviper like an emperor looking down upon a criminal. Here was yet another sacred artist who could easily do the impossible, whose very presence overwhelmed lesser golds. "Young Chief Kral," the sandviper greeted him, stuttering a little and bowing even more deeply than he had for Jailong. "I intended no disrespect for you." "When you disrespect my friend, Jailong, you dirty my honor," Kral pronounced. Like Jailong, he seemed to have no need to raise his voice to transfix the whole street. "How will you make amends?" The sandviper man dropped to his knees before Jailong, bowing until his head hit the dirt. "My eyes were blind, honored Jailong. I will never..." Jailong kicked him in the shoulder. The sound rang out in the night, even louder than the wood-on-wood impacts earlier. But the man wasn't visibly affected. He raised his head, confused. "My pride is not worth our time," Jailong said. "Stand up." The man staggered to his feet, and abruptly Kral grinned. The smile transformed him, turning him from a haughty prince into the mischievous boy. He threw one arm around the man's shoulders. "He says all is well, so it's well," Kral said, patting the man on the back. "Now, what exactly are our friends, the fishers, doing out here?" He looked to the other camp as he said that, friendly grin still in place, but the green serpent on his arm hissed loudly. The woman in charge of the fishers held a hook in each hand now. She took an aggressive step forward, brandishing the weapon, but neither Jailong nor Kral reacted. "This is our territory. What's strange is your presence." Territory? Without removing his arm from the sandviper man's shoulders, Kral turned to Jailong. "Is the camp divided into territories?" "Not officially." "See?" Kral said to the woman. "Nothing official. So what I choose to believe is that my subordinates were walking back to the mines tired at walking, yeah, tired after a hard day's work, and they were ambushed by some thieves looking for easy pickings. The fisherwoman turned red. You dare to. And these thieves, Kroll continued, writing over her words, were courageously captured by you fishers, who are now eager to return our stolen property to us, like the young heroes that you are. The woman stopped, uncertain. How many scales did they take? Kroll asked the man under his arm. 62, young chief. The man said nervously. Kroll leaned closer. How many? 62? Kroll sighed. How many stolen scales are the fishers going to return to you? At last the young man caught the point. At least 100 scales, young chief. Releasing him, Kroll spread both hands. See what an opportunity for goodwill we have here. Return the stolen 100 scales to us now, and we'll trust your honor that the miners will be back in our camp come dawn. The fisherwoman gave a crooked smile that had no humor in it. It's the law of the wild, sand viper. You can take whatever you can keep, if you are too weak to keep it. Kroll's smile faded as though he had never been. It had never been, and he drew in all from beneath his furs with each hand. The heavy spikes gleamed with green light. I have a sudden urge for some exercise. Will you oblige me, Sister Fisher? Jylong clapped a hand on his shoulder. We've spent too long on this, young chief. Sister Fisher, we have other work to be about, as do you. Let our stolen property serve as a down payment for you to deliver this message, because our other messengers have yet to reach your sect. The Aurelius family is coming. In no more than a month, their underlord will take all prizes from us, and we will be left with only scraps. The fisher turned, exchanging glances with someone in the crowd behind her. We'd heard rumors, she said. They are more than rumors, Jylong said. He produced a blue and white banner, which unfurled to be held out in front of him. In the center loomed a single black crescent moon. A Cloudhammer sect long runner returned bearing this, only a day gone. If Aurelius hurries, they could be here in 2 weeks, at most a month. Send word to your fisher Ragan, that if we do not share the meal now, none of us will see a crumb. The man turned. My phone's about to die, so I gotta go have a good stream. Oh, okay. I hope whatever you're doing goes well. Thank you so much, and maybe I'll see you later. Bye, Jade. Bye, 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 bye. The man turned, red-wrapped faced, expressionless, though Lyndon did catch a glimpse of eyes gleaming between the strips of cloth. At least he didn't have the power to see. At least he didn't have the power to see through his mask. That would have been too inhumane. The fisherwoman's next words were less welcome than a stone through a pane of glass. Carry the message of a sand viper worm? She spat on the ground. I'd rather cut out my own tongue. Jylong froze with the back to her. Slowly, he lifted his spear from his shoulder and grasped it in both hands. Behind him, Kroll took a step to one side, chuckling. Is this your official response as a representative of the Fisher sect? Jylong asked, a voice colder than steel in winter. This is my response, she said with a sneer, and whipped her hook forward. Lyndon didn't see how it happened, but the blade detached from the hilt as she swung, but it didn't fly out wildly. The curved blade flew in a wide arc as though it were on the end of a whip or a fisherman's line. But there was nothing visible connecting the handle to the blade. It descended towards Jailong's neck like a headsman's axe. The red spear spun in a blurring circle, the spearhead tracing a bright line like the tail of a falling star. His move caught the fisher's hook, taking it out of the air and sweeping it to the ground. When the curved blade started flying back towards the fisherwoman as though she were retracting it, Jailong turned. He kept both hands on the haft of his spear, but now his whole air had changed. He crouched like a tiger about to pounce, and his shining spearhead was a deadly claw. If the fishers will not listen to reason, he said, then they are not needed. Take a quick drink. All right. Chapter 8. As Jailong tensed and readied his spear to attack, shadows slid like dark water under the surface of the nearby buildings. Lyndon wondered for an instant what technique Jailong had used to summon them. Maybe he had cultivated shadow madra, which sounded exciting to watch. But the shadows unfolded into 8-legged silhouettes. A dozen spiders the size of small dogs sunk from the branches above. They hung from threads that were all but invisible in the darkness, and with each fraction of a second, they were closer to landing on the back of the spearman's head. Jailong must have sensed something wrong, because he leaped back instead of forward, his gleaming spearhead held at high guard. The spiders stopped about head height, dangling from their delicate strings. Yaren kept her hand on the hilt of her sword, but they were far enough away that she didn't draw it. All of the sacred artists in the street reacted differently to the sudden appearance of the creatures, but Lyndon's eyes were stuck on the spiders themselves. They were made of dim color, a gray purple that was the next best thing to black. So at first he'd taken them for remnants, but he could see through the joints on each of their legs. They were like puppets assembled from remnant pieces. More people had gathered along the roadside by this point, and now Lyndon scanned from face to face, looking for a drudge. A soulsmith might have sold this many constructs to someone else, but controlling so much at once took practice and skill. The spider's creator was probably here, among the crowd. Most of the witnesses looked disgusted, confused, or alarmed. Save for the man with the long yellow hair that Lyndon had seen before. At least, he assumed it was the same man. In a camp this size, perhaps there were many disciples of this strange path that lightened hair color. He was wearing intricate robes. Wait, I lost my spot. He was wearing intricate robes of blue and white, so that the cape on his shoulders was raised and separated to resemble wings. It looked as though he'd prepared for a parade. Sorry, guys, give me one moment. He met Lyndon's glance with eyes of pale blue. No doubt another consequence of his gold sign. He gave a cheery wave. Lyndon focused on him as the only individual that stood out, but he didn't see a dredge. In fact, the yellow haired man casually scanned the crowd himself, as though waiting for the one responsible for the spiders to come out. Only a breath or two had passed since the constructs had descended from overhead, but Lyndon had already started to push his way through the crowd to look for the Soulsmith. He stopped when an old woman drifted down the road from behind the fissures. Her body remaining perfectly still as though she rolled on wheels. He craned his neck to see why, and saw 8 legs moving beneath her sacred artist's robes. What kind of mad experiments were they up to in this Five Factions alliance? Did, did Soulsmiths graft construct legs onto human beings? His mother would have called it a horrifying violation of conscience, and she would have hunted down anyone who dared to break such a taboo. This woman was old, perhaps older than anyone he'd ever seen in his life, with gray hair tied up into a bun. Her face was little more than a mass of wrinkles, her body so shrunken that he might have been able to tuck her comfortably into his pack. She held her hands behind the small of her back as she drifted forward on Spider's legs, and never reached for the huge bladed gold steel hook that gleamed on her back. When she reached the fight, she hopped down and continued on her own 2 feet, leaving the spider construct behind. Of course she hadn't grafted a spider's legs onto her own. That would have been crazy. That much, at least, was the same here as in Sacred Valley. The spider she'd left behind was different than the others. It was bigger than the others. Its main body lower to the ground, its legs proportionally longer. It was duller than the others, a flat gray, and it didn't seem to have a head. It almost it looked almost like a mechanical disc with spider's legs attached. This one wasn't floating, but Lyndon had seen variations of his mother's own segmented brown fish often enough. Dredges didn't look like other constructs. They were duller, usually more mechanical looking, as though they were made of real physical parts rather than manifest Madra. This tiny woman wasn't wearing the hammer badge of a forger, nor the crossed hammers of a soulsmith. But even so, she was everything that Lyndon had ever wanted to be. And no matter how powerful those sacred artists were, she had stopped them with nothing more than the presence of her constructs. She scurried up to Jai Long, peering at him with eyes almost fused shut with wrinkles. "What is this? You think fishers are your mining slaves? That you can beat us whenever you like?" The young fisherwoman stepped forward, a hook in each hand. "Fisher Gesha, this..." That was as far as she got before the soulsmith, Fisher Gesha, turned and made a beckoning gesture. The woman jerked forward as though pulled on an invisible string. Pulled forward into Gesha's waiting slap. "If I want the words of a silly girl, I will reach back 100 years and ask myself." "Can she really do that?" Lyndon asked Yeren, voice low. She gave him such a look that he swallowed the question. The old woman had turned back to Jai Long, hands clasped behind her back again. "This silly girl called me for help, and I come here expecting to see dread beasts by the thousand, and instead here is a boy with a bag on his head threatening my sect. Do you think I am not needed? Do you wish to test yourself against Fisher Gesha? Jai Long loomed over the tiny fissure, but Lyndon was impressed when the man didn't take a fearful step back. Instead, he ground his red spear. I was trying to send a message to the leadership of your sect. It appears I have succeeded. Fisher Gesha growled and gave the young man's shin a kick. She might as well have kicked a tree, for all the reaction that provoked. Prattle, prattle, prattle. You have a message? Tell me the message. Do I have to pull it out of your throat? Hmm? Ooh, that hurts my throat. Gesha lines are going to be the death of me. The Eurelis family is on their way, Jailong said. The fisher froze, the statue of a thoughtful grandmother. You have confirmed this? To our satisfaction, I can have the evidence delivered to you by tomorrow. Fisher Gesha thought for a moment longer, then turned to the tall young woman again. She was still rubbing her cheek, but Gesha leaped 2 feet into the air and slapped her on the other side. Then once more. Stupid girl! Selfish girl! Your pride is more important than the sect, is it? You think that your honor will matter when Aurelius gets here? You think the Underlord will let your eyes touch his spear? Underlord, Lyndon thought. Was that a title of respect, like Patriarch? Or was that the rank beyond true gold? The young fisherwoman looked as though she were teetering on the edge of tears, but her voice was clear. I assumed their words were sandviper lies. How can a blind girl see the difference between true and lies? You pass words on to me, and I will tell you whether or not they are speaking wind. Shakily, the young woman buckled her bladed hooks onto the straps of her back. She bowed over a salute to Fisher Gesha. Your unworthy servant understands. Gesha turned back to Jailong. The young are stupid. This was nothing more than an argument between children. Crawl stepped forward before the spearman could respond. His expression was grave again. A prince negotiating with a respected enemy. One moment, Fisher Gesha. The young woman and her friends have disrespected us gravely. They have a mining team that belongs to us, along with all the 100 scales they harvested from the ruins today. If we do not recover our property, it will be a slap delivered to all sandvipers. The young fisherwoman started to speak up, her voice indignant, but the old soulsmith cut her off. Was I wrong? Was this a battle between our great sects? Not a childish spat. If that is so... From overhead, all the spiders hissed in chorus, working their legs furiously on their strings. Then this old woman will keep you all company for a while. Her face molded itself into a sketch of a smile. This time, Jailong was the one to reply. We were unwise and unworthy, honored Fisher. The message is delivered, along with our respects. The alliance will not be divided before the arrival of outsiders. He bowed himself back, melding into the crowd of sandvipers. Crawl waved them away, and they seemed only too eager to leave. The old woman grunted. You get too strong too early, and it inflates your head, she muttered. Then she turned back to the fishers, leaping into the air once again to grab the leader woman's ear. I shouldn't have to drag a married woman back to her mother once again, but we'll see what she has to say about you. Sorry, one moment, please. Okay. In the trees, shadowy shapes were scuttling down branches to meld with the darkness. The Soulsmith's drudge walked after her on its 8 legs until she hopped backwards on it without looking, instantly gaining over a foot in height. Lyndon followed as though pulled, absently tugging the 1,000-mile Clyde along behind him. Yaren seized his sleeve. Where is it you're going? I'm going to see if she needs, well, disciple is a strong word. So is apprentice. Maybe she needs someone to sweep up her foundry. Be careful, Yaren said, heavy with irony. You aim that arrow too high, it'll fall back down and catch you in the eye. Lyndon faced her, holding her lightly by the shoulder and speaking as he would to his own sister. I need someone to guide me. Need. I can't wait for iron, because without a proper cycling technique, I don't know when I'll get there. I know you don't want to join up, but I have to. Something dark passed through Yaren's eyes, like the look his father got after spending too long in drink and old stories, and Lyndon hurried to get his next word out. If it's not too much for me to ask, I'd like you to come with me. The cloud left her, leaving confusion. To the Fishers? If I can convince Fisher Gesha, yes. If not, I'm sure there are other soulsmiths somewhere around. You won't be a part of their sect, and I respect that. But you can at least stay for a while? He felt as though everyone around could hear every word he spoke, and he imagined their gazes boring into him from every direction. Still, he bowed deeply in supplication. Forgiveness. This one has no right to ask it of you, but he asks still. Every second that passed was another bead of sweat down his neck, but he remained stuck in that position. The witnesses were beginning to whisper, but he closed them out. It was truly selfish to tie Yaren down with him, but his chances were infinitely better with her than without. And if he was honest with himself, the thought of being on his own in such a massive collection of gold sacred artists was terrifying. They could kill him by accident, and no one would ever know what happened to him. She pushed on his shoulder. Straighten up. Don't beg me like that. It draws attention. When he straightened, she shifted in place and didn't meet his gaze. Follow the fisher first, she said finally. One step before the other. Can't tell you I'm going with you if I don't know where, can I? That was all Lyndon needed to hear. He bolted down the road towards Fisher Gesha, pack bouncing on his back. Yaren didn't run after him, but he didn't think much of that. She was the one with an iron body. She could catch up whenever she wanted. Following Lyndon and Yaren had been even more rewarding than Ethan had hoped. He'd gotten to see an entertaining little show as well. A few, a few sips of rice wine from an untended store shelf, and he had actually enjoyed himself. When the Spider Woman showed up, it was the perfect twist. He'd sensed her coming a long mile away, so he hadn't been surprised, but then he never was. He had learned to enjoy the reactions of others. On which topic, he'd been especially delighted with the reactions of his two prospective recruits. Yaren had kept her hand on her sword and her eyes on the biggest threats. Crawl, Jai Long, the young fisherwoman whose name no one had mentioned. When the spiders appeared, she had started gathering sword madra from all over the street, so subtly that no one but Ethan had noticed. He was now absolutely certain that she was the sage of the Endless Sword's disciple, and as such he felt a brief flash of gratitude toward the sage in the afterlife. It must be difficult knowing that you had cut and polished a diamond only to have it decorate someone else's crown. But such were the twisting vagaries of life. Lyndon was another pleasant surprise. He had watched the proceedings with undisguised fascination, a hunger burning so hot that Ethan was somewhat tempted to warm his palms against him. He would have been treated badly for his Madra deficiency, but but that wasn't a difficult inference to make. But such mistreatment could have any number of disastrous effects on a young man. It seemed as though Lyndon hungered for self-improvement rather than revenge. And he wasn't cringing or sniveling. Ethan could certainly work with that. Such drive could and probably would get the boy in trouble, but it was also the most indispensable ingredient in taking him past gold. No one walked far on any path without both resolve and desire. Coupled with his pure madra, twin cores, and broad frame, Ethan was wondering if he could have designed a better recruit. Decruit? Designed a better recruit. That's how you say that. The boy was simply a blank canvas, waiting for the brush of a master. Well, there wasn't any masters around, but Ethan would do his best anyway. He didn't follow Lyndon as the boy hurried after the Soulsmith, Gesha. She wouldn't take him in as her apprentice, but she had a soft heart, and Lyndon would, in his own innocent way, squeeze that until he got what he wanted. Nor did he follow Yaren as she came to her own decision, though either of those paths promised certain entertainment for him. Instead, he let a whim lead him and followed the Sand Vipers. Crawl and Jai Long were locked in a conversation, and none of their subordinates were eager to interrupt. Ethan skipped along behind, touching down with one foot and using an enforcer binding to launch himself far enough that he almost appeared to be drifting through the air. When he landed, he simply kicked off on the other foot. Every eye turned to him, which was to be expected with his bright blonde hair, flashy movement technique, and stunning good looks. He was better at stealth than anyone expected, but it had never been his strongest approach. He preferred walking in the front door, preferably with a parade behind him and trumpets in front. One old man gaped at him, jaw dropping foolishly until his lit pipe was ready to fall out. Ethan snatched it from him as he passed, wiping the pipe carefully on his own sleeve. No need to expose himself to infection, even if only the bravest disease would dare invade his body, and taking a puff himself. It was a locally grown leaf, and somehow it tasted to Ethan like autumn shadows. He couldn't entirely explain that. What did autumn shadows taste like? He wasn't sure, but that was the first thought that popped into his head, so he went with it. Finally, his last leap took him close to the Sand Vipers, so he settled to a normal stride and walked alongside them, puffing at the pipe. Won't work with us, Crawl was saying. He was appreciably strong for his age, though flaws in his technique and character meant that he would never make it past True Gold without a truly heaven-defying run of good fortune. They might not, Jai Long allowed. This one, on the other hand, had a much better foundation. He could make it to Underlord someday, or beyond. If he did it fast enough, even Ethan might have to bow to him. He smiled at the thought, keeping the pipe clenched between his teeth. We don't need their assistance, the Jai exile continued. We need them to stay out of our way. Even if the fishers do work against us, they will at least stay quiet about it for the sake of appearance. That's all the space we need. We're finished with the maps then, Within the week, but we'll need more miners. You'll have them, Kral said. Ethan found their whole way of mining fascinating. They gathered these ingenious little scripted constructs at points of heavy vital aura, then operated the script while waiting for the device to print scales. Where he had grown up, the process was much more artistic, but perhaps less efficient. Maybe he could bring one of these devices back, have it copied. It was an impressive and resourceful process, even if it left the operator vulnerable. Any aura convergence drew remnants and sacred beasts like flies to rotting meat, and anyone operating the mining construct was helpless, hence the guards. So the Sand Vipers had come to the conclusion that using captured prisoners was the most expedient way to gather large numbers of scales in a short period of time. The operators would die, but replacing them was cheaper than sending some strong sacred artists to guard them. It wouldn't last as a long-term operation, but in the short term, it was a ruthlessly efficient strategy. Ethan wondered if it had been Jai Long's idea. Jai Long started to move casually in Ethan's direction, and Ethan saw through the young man's intentions immediately. He puffed away at his pipe as though oblivious. When you saw everything, you usually had to pretend you didn't. It was more polite that way. The most we can hope for is a temporary truce, Jai Long said from behind his scripted mask. This is a game we can win alone, but not if we allow enemy agents to do as they like. The spear strike had quite a powerful technique behind it. If Ethan let it land, it might even split through his chest and skewer him on the rough wooden wall at his back. But he felt the technique build in the accelerated cycle of the Jai Long's Madra. In the quick breathing as the young man ramped up his spirit, the muscles in his right arm tightening, his whole body moved in concert like a finely tuned instrument. Ethan saw the move before it was born, felt it in the thousand webs of invisible power that passed through everything around him. Jai Long was very powerful. Ethan couldn't deny that. But he'd found that people tended to overrate raw power. The spear passed over Ethan's head, trailing light as Ethan sank casually to a crouch. A ribbon of smoke traced his descent, even as the smoldering leaf in the pipe's bowl went dark. He used his finger to tamp it down, taking a half step to the left. The spear passed to his right. Then, before Jai Long could execute a technique with more mantra behind it, Ethan walked into the crowd of sand vipers. One of them had a light. "Forgive me," he said to the young woman with the scripted bit of wire in her pocket. He held out his pipe. "Would you mind?" "Would you mind?" No, wait. "Would you mind?" The sand vipers scattered as Jai Long swept his spear in an arc, glowing with light to rival the moon and enough force to split a tree's trunk. Ethan followed the young woman's motion as she threw herself out of the way of the technique, dipping a hand into the pocket of her fur coat and withdrawing the metal wire. Jai Long's deadly madra passed over his back. He gave a flick of his spirit, and the end of the wire sparked to life. He straightened as he used the tiny device to light his pipe, sighing as the leaf caught. Ethan blew a ring of smoke in Jai Long's direction, and he tossed the scripted wire back to its owner. "Thank you." To Jai Long, he spoke out in genuine admiration. "Your spear is everything I'd heard it would be. The Jai clan must have been blinded when it came to you. That's my honest opinion. Casting you out because of your remnant? Give them a chance and I'm sure they'll take you back." No, that's not the voice I want for him. Sorry, give me one moment. Uno momento, por favor. I'm gonna try this again. Your spear is everything I heard it would be. The Jai clan must have been blinded when it came to you. That's my honest opinion. Casting you out because of your remnant, give them a chance and I'm sure they'll take you back. Ethan had general Ethan had a general policy of being encouraging whenever possible, though he found out it wasn't always taken in the spirit he'd meant it. Crawl, for example, had darkened as though he was prepared to pass a death sentence. He cradled a pair of awls that crawled with corrosive green madra, brandishing them like a couple of stingers. The sandvipers spread out, entrapping Ethan in a formation they'd obviously practiced. The pale blue aura of the air began to crawl with toxic green. They were calling up some kind of poison aura, probably to trap him in a deadly fog. They'd reacted quickly. He favored them with a half bow of respect, but the poison fog would ruin the flavor of his pipe, so he would have to decline. Ethan turned to Jailong, who, unlike the members of the Sandviper sect, had no special body to protect him from the incoming poison. The man with the red-wrapped features had paused with spear cocked in one hand, regarding Ethan. "Who are you?" he asked. "Ordinarily, you would ask that question before trying to stab me with your spear," Ethan said, blowing out another mouthful of smoke. "You've been following us." "You're more interesting than most people I follow," Ethan pointed out, "and there's a purpose to this, despite what you may think." Jailong readied his spear. "I am Jailong, attendant of the Sandviper sect." Crawl stepped out. "Crawl, heir to the Sandvipers." The spearman looked at his friend, ready to protest. It wasn't entirely honorable for a sacred artist to fight 2 against 1, but that was the only way this would hold any interest for Ethan. He spread a hand in a generous gesture. "You're welcome to come at me both at once. I don't have anything else to do for the evening." Crawl gripped his awls tighter, and Ethan could practically hear him refusing out of general stubbornness. He sighed. "Fine, then. I spit on the honor of the Sandvipers, that pathetic collection of cowards and cripples. You don't have a spine between you, you only use poison because it takes courage to face an enemy in battle, and I could improve on a Sandviper warrior by stapling a snake to a scarecrow's arm. Also, your mothers were dogs, your fathers were blind, and so on. Fight me!" Some of the less mature among them were actually angry. Crawl, in particular, was growing hot around the collar. He wouldn't be used to people challenging him to his face. The majority of them were either confused or looking for a trap. Jailong glanced around the road as though to find Ethan's companions. "I'm alone," Ethan said. "No need to soil yourselves." That was enough to make Jailong level his spear again, if only in reservation. "If you wanted to kill yourself, you didn't have to bother me." Ethan blew smoke in his eyes. There were 8 enemies, 3 women, 5 men. Of those, only Crawl and Jailong were at the high gold level. The rest were all low gold, though that didn't mean he could entirely discount them. A sandviper's venom would do to flesh what a live coal did to a sheet of thin paper, and he was surrounded by toxic aura now. A quick scan of the area with his spirit showed him an ocean of malicious green. All the Sandviper's gold signs hissed at him, green Madra rolling quickly through 7 sets of Madra channels. And though he toyed with them, high gold was actually a fairly impressive stage of advancement. He reminded himself of this even as he enjoyed the smoky taste of autumn shadows. A power like the one he'd inherited from his father's line tended to make one careless. Superior awareness made him difficult to hit, but did nothing to protect him otherwise. He had to remind himself that there was a reason why people usually felt fear. But ultimately, even his own reminder did nothing to make him more alert. Why should it? He was born careless, after all. And this was fun. A twisting line of starlight represented the Jai clan's spear techniques, and he stepped forward in between one thrust and another. Needles of green fell from above him as a sandviper tried to drop forged spikes on top. but he brushed into the crowd, and the sacred artist had to cancel his attack or risk impaling his friends. Smoke trailed behind him as Ethan waded deeper into the crowd, hands in his outer pockets, and all pierced where one sandviper expected his head would be, and it passed harmlessly through yellow hair as Ethan sped that step up a fraction. A sword slashed at his ribs, but his next stride carried him slightly to the right, and the sword caught another sandviper in the ribs. Venomous aura swelled and burst, leaving a cloud of poisonous green fog around him, but he had already slid to one side. Letting that cloud stop Jai Long in his tracks, preventing him from thrusting a spear into Ethan's back. Though Ethan walked evenly through the pack, puffing contentedly on his pipe, every move the Sandvipers made either struck an ally or blocked another's approach. He moved no faster than they did, simply slid into gaps that his web of Madra showed him would be there. To them, he must have looked like a ghost drifting through. To him, it was as simple as a child following his father's footsteps in the mud, while enjoying a nice pipe. Ethan emerged from the other side of his 8 opponents. The 2 high golds looked more astonished than the rest of them, as though they'd grasped truths the others hadn't. Although that could be because the low golds were mostly groaning in pain at wounds inflicted by the others. Pulling the pipe from his mouth, Ethan waved. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. If it's any consolation to you, I will repay you for this. Crawl shouted and gathered his Madra, preparing to use a broader technique, perhaps the best one of which he was currently capable. Ethan turned to him with interest. Jailong stopped his friend with a hand. What is your name, elder brother? Elder brother might have been a bit much, in Ethan's opinion. Surely he didn't look much older than Jailong himself did, but it was an expression of respect around here, so he smiled. They call me Ethan. Ethan, for whatever reason we've offended you, I will take responsibility. Don't let petty issues come between you and the Sandviper sect, not when we could work together for mutual benefit. Ethan watched Jailong's dark eyes through a gap in the man's wrappings. He was shrewd for his age. He'd go far. I have nothing but respect for the Honorable Sandviper sect, Ethan said, which wasn't entirely truthful. I sought a diversion, and you diverted me, for which I thank you. He bowed with a flourish of his stolen pipe. Crawl pointed in awe at him. My father returns soon, and he will tolerate no disrespect to our name. I'm sure he won't, Ethan said, already casting his mind out to the rest of the camp. Surely there must be some other opportunity for amusement somewhere. Until we meet again, gentlemen. He didn't turn around, but Jai Long bowed to his retreating back. There was a wise man. Crawl glowered and prepared a striker technique that hissed and spat with green fury on the edge of his hand before he growled in frustration and let it die. So there was little wisdom in him, too. I got a charger, so I'm back. Welcome back, Jade. Hi. I'm glad you got a charger. That's good. Okay. We have one more chapter, and then we'll be playing some Rabbit and Steel, and I invited Cora to hang out with us today, too. So, we should be good. This next chapter is only 12 pages long, though, which is pretty good. So, we won't be here too terribly much longer on chapter 9. Chapter 9. The Fishers led Lynn back to a tall building that looked like more of a permanent structure than anything around it. He thought of it as a barn, wide and tall with broad doors, and Gesha's spiders scuttled up its walls and inside through holes in the roof. "I'll deal with you tomorrow, girl," she said to the young woman as they reached the barn doors. "Be here at dawn, or I'll come root you out with my hook." The razor edge of her curved gold steel blade gleamed. The tall woman paled and babbled something, then took the slightest excuse to hurry off. Her friends joined her, casting fearful glances back at the Soulsmith. Gesha stood there, hands behind her back, like a pocket-sized elder. The spider legs of her drudge worked impatiently against the dirt, but she didn't so much as shift. Linden glanced around, looking for some reason why she was just staring at the barn doors. Did she expect them to open themselves? Was she waiting for her spiders to open them for her? Or was she waiting for someone? With his height, the pack on his back, and the rust-red cloud following him, Linden knew he cut a recognizable figure in the darkness. He backed up a step, though he was far enough away that he shouldn't have bothered the Soulsmith. He watched, waiting for some clue, as 5 minutes turned into 10. Finally, the old woman barked out, "Do you know what happened the last time to the last man who kept me waiting?" I'm gonna retry that. I'm gonna drink some water first, though. Fisher Gesher's voice hurts my throat. "Do you know what happened to the last man who kept me waiting? I married him. That's a threat." Linden kept looking around, waiting for someone else to step out of the darkness, before she turned and speared him with a glare over one shoulder. "Well, do they only teach manners to short coppers and not tall ones?" He rushed a bow over fists pressed together. "This one apologizes for his lack of manners, honored elder." This one was ignorant, and did not realize he was being observed. A snort ripped out of the tiny woman. "This one, is it? Hurry up, get closer. I may have eyes everywhere, but this pair doesn't work like they used to." Linden hurried over, steadying his pack as he ran. He planned on doing something drastic to attract the fisher's attention. Weird. That was a weird yawn. He'd planned on doing something drastic to attract the fisher's attention, but she was inviting him over on her own. She'd noticed him, and that could only be a good thing. He bowed again when he reached her, both to show respect and to give him an excuse to lean down so he could get a close look at his face. So she could get a close look at his face. She squinted at him for a moment through a mask of wrinkles, then patted her bun. "Are you the tallest 5-year-old in the world?" she asked suddenly. "No, honored elder. This one's training was somewhat delayed." "This one, that one. If you say that again, I'll spin your copper head around on your neck. Now tell me your name." "Weishi Linden, honored elder." She grunted. "Does the Wei clan teach you to skulk around as you make requests of an elder? Are you from a clan of skulkers, Shi Linden?" Honestly, he was. The Wei specialized in illusions, and as a result, typically hid and waited until they could take advantage of the battle. They fought like snow foxes, not like tigers, but he doubted that answer would satisfy her. "Apologies, honored elder. I would like to offer my humble services to you in any way I can." She glared at him, her spider's legs clacking against stones hidden in the dirt. "Humble? Humble is an apprentice who can make a levitation plate out of cloud madra. If a copper could offer me humble services, he'd be a genius. Are you a genius, copper?" He wished she would stop calling him that, but he wasn't about to say so. "My mother was a soulsmith, and I worked as her assistant since the day I learned to cycle. I know my knowledge is deficient and paltry, but I know many of the basic scripts, and I can dissect a remnant into its functional components. I can perform basic maintenance." Gesha made a tst town and threw up her arms.
You don't think I have enough to worry about? Go, go, and if you bother me again, I'll set the spiders on you.
Lyndon bowed to her, projecting compliance. Of course, Honored Elder. You're tired, and I'm keeping you from your rest. In an uncanny display of mind reading, Gesha said,
I'd best not see you here in the morning, waiting for me to wake up.
That had been his plan, in fact. A bead of sweat rolled across his forehead. I would not disrespect the Honored Elder's wishes that way. But if I may be so rude to offer one last explanation. She flicked fingers at him, and a spider ran down the barn door toward him. Not a drudge on which she still stood, but an ordinary construct that was probably intended to do nothing but observe and report as commanded. It was made of jointed purple madra, and it ran out the door as easily as on the ground. Its head was featureless, except for a couple of mandibles, which opened as it chirped at him. It sounded more like a bird than a snake, which he hadn't expected. Hadn't it hissed earlier, or was that his imagination? He dropped his pack to free his shoulders and drew the half-silver dagger. The constructs back in Sacred Valley had been deadly if directed, but predictable enough if guarded. But this was the product of a gold soulsmith at the head of a sect full of golds. It might drill its legs through his flesh, leaving little spurting holes, or tear into him with its mandibles. I lost my spot. Thank you for the hydrate, Jade. I will hydrate and stretch while I try to find my spot again. Found it. I'm gonna stretch real fast, and then I will get back into it. Okay. Um. It might drill its legs through his flesh, leaving little spurting holes, or tear into him with its mandibles, or leave him spun up into a cocoon to decorate the ceiling of the nearby barn. One of its legs hitched and almost stumbled, its gait uneven. Before it righted itself and continued on. A stumble meant a defect. It must be old, in need of maintenance, and that was a weakness he could exploit. But it was so close now. So close that he could hear its sharp feet prickling in the dirt. And that one stumble no longer looked like a weakness at all. Sometimes constructs didn't perform as they should. Maybe the ground had been more treacherous than it had looked. It was a slim chance to gamble on. Then it had reached his feet, and Lyndon moved. He seized the pack from the ground beside him with one hand, holding it like a shield as he flopped belly first on top of the spider construct. The spider tried to scuttle out of the way, but he caught it on the edge, imprisoning it beneath his pack. Its legs flailed, and it gave an angry chirp, but it was pinned. He had it. His body surged down suddenly, as though he'd grown twice as heavy or someone was standing on his back. His head was pulled down until his nose was all but pressed against its slick gray-purple back, and he realized the truth. The spider was pulling him in. He didn't know how. Undoubtedly it was some function of its madra or some kind of script, but the spider was using an invisible force to pull him closer. The half-silver dagger was in his hand, burning to be used, but he kept it gripped in a tight fist. He'd need that option available, but he had to try something else first. With a good deal of writhing, he squirmed forward enough to get his left hand on the spider's back. Then, adjusting his breathing from panic to a measured cycling technique, he fed pure Madra into the construct. Something like the 1,000-mile cloud was relatively simple in its construction. It was made of densely packed cloud Madra, which floated. You could activate a single script circle buried at its core in order to get it to move. It followed the direction of the operator's spirit, not any direction of its actual script, so it was as flexible as a simple tool. It would never be able to fly off without active guidance. The spider, by contrast, was an intricate clockwork of branching scripts, interlocked plates of Madra, and delicate organs that must have been from the remnants. His Madra flowed through it, giving him a vague picture of its functions, and of the scripts that had to remain active to keep it following orders. Sorry, all of a sudden my eyes started getting tired. Huh. It's gonna affect my eye tracking, but I'm gonna probably try to read with my glasses on now. I am feeling like I'm gonna fall asleep. Maybe this will help. But yeah, it will mess with my eye tracking. A spark of Madra came from a crystal flask, a tiny speck of a vessel that must have power this construct's operation. Using his own Madra, Lyndon forced the flow from that flask aside. It didn't take much power to do so. There was no will behind that Madra, so it was easily directed. He simply blocked the flow into the script, keeping it bound inside the crystal. The spider shivered once, then collapsed. The invisible force in him vanished, leaving him panting in gulps of air. Irregular, spiky footsteps scraped along the dirt as Gesha slid closer on her dredge, and she would arrive to find him limply hanging on her deactivated construct. He pushed himself up, running shaky fingers along the edge of the spider's leg. He might have noticed a defect before, a place where the construct was in need of maintenance. If that was the case, one plate of the leg made a harsh noise as his hand moved over it, crackling like thin ice. He pushed Madra into it desperately, fueling it with all the force of his rapidly cycling spirit could churn out. The best way to maintain a construct's parts was to infuse it with Madra of the same path, which would keep that part fresh and new, for as long as you wanted. Jeez. I might have to take a break for a second and like walk around to wake up. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we can finish chapter 9, and then I will start Rabbit and Steel. Okay, be right back, everybody. All right, well, I'm not sure how much of a break that was, but I'm back. Um, yeah. Okay. Uh, there's like 6 pages left in this chapter. I'm gonna try to just breeze through it so I can start doing something that will apparently, I guess, keep me awake. The best way to maintain a construct's parts was to infuse it with matter of the same path, which would keep that part fresh and new for as long as you wanted. The second best way was to purify Madra through a device like a crystal flask or a specially designed script and use that instead. It took much longer, was less efficient, and resulted in less accuracy for some cases that required delicate craftsmanship, but it worked. In fact, Lyndon had only recently understood that the purity of his Madra was why his mother let him work with her on her projects at all. The leg plate strengthened a little, even though it wouldn't collapse under the construct's own weight, at least, which should demonstrate his value somewhat. He looked up to see Fisher Gesha an inch away from him, her gray bun even with his head, peering into the construct. After a second, she slapped his hand away, feeling the spider with her own fingers. Fingers. Yes. Fingers.
Did you steal the path of the fisherman?
No, honored elder, he said, though it was just a formality. If the path of the fisherman was what the fishers followed, and he had a good feeling that's what it was, she would be able to sense that power on him if he had it. She'd only asked out of irritation.
Then come here.
She grabbed him by the back of the neck, and he remained perfectly still. In his experience, those with iron bodies tended to forget the fragility of those without. She pushed him back a second later, eyes wide, the expression looking comical in her heavy, wrinkled face.
You have no training?
No, elder.
No path at all.
No, elder.
You're a copper, but you've never taken a taste of aura?
I was never given a path, honored elder. I don't know how. Something like pity sparkled in her eyes, and she patted him roughly on the back of the head.
You come from a clan of fools.
He hesitated before protesting. They are my family, honored elder.
Bah!
She made a spitting noise at that.
No family of yours, but you can make scales for me, so I'll take you.
Man, that voice hurts. He searched her quickly for signs of mockery, disappointment, irritation, anything that might indicate she was lying. You'll teach me? She slapped him on the back of the head.
I'll work you until your bones are nubs. That's what I'll do for you. You won't get the secrets of the sect until you've brought enough value to us, which you'll do slowly and obediently. Is that clear enough?
Lyndon dropped to his knees, pushing his head into the dirt, blinking back sudden tears. The disciple greets his master.
Stop that! I'm not your master.
Your disciple understands.
I'm going to make you do what my servants can't do, because they've advanced too far. You understand? You're lower than my servants.
She waved a hand aside, and the barn door rumbled open. He understood that he was going to be working inside a Soulsmith's foundry. Even if he did nothing but sweep the floors, it was an opportunity for him. He'd take it. He'd take anything.
Get in there. Maintenance on all constructs by dawn, and don't think you'll get any sleep. If you look like you're going to finish early, I'll make another one.
Yes, master, Lyndon said, hurrying inside. At last, he was going to be a soulsmith. At dawn's first light, as dawn's first light filtered through the blackened trees surrounding the Five Factions Alliance, Yaren returned, dragging a bright blue corpse behind her. It looked something like a crab, painted onto the world in the colors of the sky, and it leaked azure light as she trudged through the outer gates and down the main street. At her peak condition, she should have been able to run carrying something as light as this, but she felt like her bones had filled with lead. Now that she settled down and thought, she hadn't had a real rest in months, probably. Even now that she'd crossed the threshold to gold, gaining a shiny metal arm with a sword stuck to it, her body had limits. She was starting to feel them. It didn't help that every rotten set of eyes on the way in was looking at her like she was dragging a bloody sack of dead dogs behind her. This was a camp of sacred artists, wasn't it? Couldn't be that unusual seeing someone dragging in a remnant's corpse. Or maybe it was the cargo she'd slung over her shoulder that they were staring at. It took her a handful of wrong turns to find the Fisher section of the camp again, by which time she'd wondered if she could learn to sleepwalk on the fly. The crowd could just wash around her like a river around a boulder, and rot take them all. Finally, she passed down a street she recognized, dragging the blue leaking remnant under trees that had been decorated with spiders the night before. It looked different in the light, like it had been dyed a different color. She grabbed some Fisher pup about 10 years old, demanding directions to Fisher Gesha. He looked like she'd popped out an extra eye. Worse than that. To be true, since there were more than a few gold signs that gave you an extra eyeball. But he gave her rough directions. When she followed them to a huge barn that had been slapped in the middle of the camp, she almost turned back to show the kid the flat edge of her sword. Soulsmiths required a lot of space for their work, that was true, but it was her observation that they liked to do their business in as flashy a place as possible. Last Soulsmith she visited had built a glowing palace out of shining pillars and sat on a throne of burning inhuman skulls. But the desolate wilds were the back end of nowhere, where even Sacred Valley looked civilized. Weak, but civilized. Maybe working in a barn was showing off. She could have rapped on the door, but that would have taken energy. Instead, she simply hauled the door open. It slid on a track, spilling sunlight into the barn. The floor was actually covered in hay, but this was clearly the foundry of an active soulsmith. A rainbow of severed limbs hung from the hooks in the ceiling, drizzling colored sparks. Spiders hung from the rafters like bats in a cave, and stalls that should have held animals instead contained massive constructs, duller than remnants and mysterious in construction. She didn't want to think what constructs that size had been built to do, so she didn't bother. Lyndon was sitting at a long workbench arranged down the center of the room like a feeding trough, broad shoulders bent over a half-assembled spider. He looked older than he was, until she happened to reach out and scan his spirit. Then she'd sensed the pathetic strength of a copper, which she had always associated with children. It gave her a queasy feeling, like seeing a grown man with a baby's head on his shoulders. It was a relief to see him, though she still hadn't fully shaken her irritation. He'd insisted on joining a faction, like he knew up from down out here without her. He did need some real training, and she couldn't give it to him, but this was still an inconvenience. Now that she had eyes on him, her previous worries seemed simple-minded. Foolish. Of course he was going to run off. He wasn't going to run off, leaving her alone in a sea of strangers without a single friendly soul. No reason he should. Fisher Gesha hopped down from an upper floor that Yarn hadn't noticed, caught by the legs of the spider construct that jutted out from under her robes. She held her hands behind her back, wrinkled face stuck in a mask of irritation.
What is this? You think we take customers now?
Rumor says you've taken strangers for a price, Yaren said. She hauled on the rope binding the remnant, bringing the blue crab forward. This was supposed to be worth something. She found it by following a team of fishers who had skirted around this remnant as too dangerous. Not so dangerous when she dismembered it from 200 feet away, it turned out. Now its limbs were bundled up on its carapace, and she pulled it along on its belly. Fisher Gesher rubbed her chin with 2 fingers.
What do you want?
Shelter in the fissures from me, Yaren said. Then she pointed at Lyndon. Training for him. Real stuff, not this sweep and gather rot. Lyndon raised one sheepish hand. Gratitude, Yaren. I will repay you for this, but she already agreed. The fisher cut him off with a gesture, eyeing the pack on Yaren's shoulder. You have something else for me, don't you? Yaren slapped the bundle down on the floor, unrolling it with one foot as a trio of blood-spattered furs that, until a few hours ago, had been worn by sand vipers. Dead? Gesha asked, eyes sharp. Not quite, Yaren said, because she had known better than to unleash 3 hostile remnants in the middle of a crowd. But I can tell you that they're not happy. A smile creased Gesha's face. I think we can find space for you. All right, and now next week we will start back up with chapter 10. But for now, we are going to move on to Rabbit and Steel. All right. Okay. What's Rabbit and Steel? Oh, I'm about to show you. Okay. Gotta come over here. Gotta message Cora. So basically, Rabbit and Steel is a bullet hell game. It's actually really fun. I played it on stream last week after book reading as well. Oh, hi Cora.
Hello?
Cora. Yippee. I do need to move you in OBS. I'm gonna move
Okay.
you right. I'm
Let
gonna
me
move you
just
right in front of me. Right there.
let me just but let me just get into a multiplayer server. You wanna join into the game so I can invite you?
Yep, that's what I'm
'Cause
doing right now.
unfortunately an invite only invites you to the game. It does not actually
It doesn't open the game. I know.
or it only opens the game. It doesn't invite you to the lobby on top of that.
Oh, interesting. So,
So now that you're in
Jade.
here, I can
Oh, it's kind of a little
invite
loud
the game.
actually. I will join in just a moment. I need to turn the game down a bit. Yeah. So basically, Jade, Rabbit and Steel is a bullet hell game where you play as rabbits and you have to fight a bunch of fights in a row. So let me press join. I got something new, by the way.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you got the sniper.
I got the sniper. Sniper rabbit.
In that case, I might want to choose something different because we're both going to be wanting to be vertical. It's okay, I can choose something different.
Oh, were you playing the grenadier?
Yeah. Who doesn't really care about being horizontally aligned?
Okay, so real quick, I do want to take a look at my abilities before we start again.
Fair enough.
So arrow shoot is just normal. It has a cooldown of 4 seconds, but it resets if you hit your target. Rabbit snare deals 100 damage and inflicts snare to enemies in a radius around your target. Then snare does 200 damage after 5 seconds.
Which also resets your special, or at least gives you a charge of your special back.
Yeah, deals damage and resets your special upon wearing off. My special is Barrage, fires multiple arrows, hitting your target 3 times for 90 damage each. Has a maximum of 3 uses. But if I use all 3 uses, then use Snare, then by the time that the snare is done, I'll have saved 5 seconds on my cooldown. So basically, every 5 seconds I want to use my snare. Then I want to hold down my primary probably.
If you're vertically aligned properly.
Yeah,
because remember,
I don't want to do it. If I miss, I have to wait 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I want to use Barrage.
Essentially went off cooldown.
Yeah. As soon as it's off cooldown, I want to use Barrage. And then
But it only gains 1 use per cooldown.
Oh.
It's not like other ones where it refreshes them all. So snare is always going to be useful unless you have all 3 of your barrages.
I see. So if I do this,
I'll just be the druid because the druid can be effective from any vertical position. It doesn't need to be on the same verticality, so it'll help for making sure that we don't have to or we don't get punished if there's a vertical stack issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's refresh my secondary now. Because
oh, I missed.
My secondary is a damage over time aura.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Right.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Every 12
I
seconds.
Want Spark of Determination. Is that okay with you?
Every time you use an ability, has a 15% chance to reset the cooldown with the most time remaining. Sure.
Because I want to be spamming my special as often as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see what might be good for you. You probably Tough Gauntlet always feels like a trap item, unless you have something like Metronome Boots that just straight up sets your GCDs to something.
Mm-hmm.
Amethyst Bracelet can be rough for you to take.
I take a lot of damage.
Yeah. The swords are probably effective if you don't mind being closer to the enemies. Like they're not going to be a nothing item. The only issue is Tough Gauntlet and Iron Greaves are going to nerf you. Iron Greaves slows your movement speed down. And Tough Gauntlet means that your abilities are going to be going off less often.
Yeah.
The swords, at least, just deal damage every time their cooldown goes off if in a radius around you. Mm-hmm. So they're never going to be a bad pick. Amethyst Bracelet does increase your damage, and there are certain loot items that can proc off of if you have grayed out items that have no effect. So if it does break, it'll still feed into those.
Mm-hmm.
But you're essentially at that point preparing for an inevitability that, or a situation that may never come to pass.
Right.
So I would say probably the Daylight Night Gleam sword. At the worst, it's not going, or at the worst, it'll do nothing. At the best, it's 300 damage if it goes off while you're near an enemy. And then Spark of Determination for me just means that I am more likely to get my butterflies off.
Right. That makes sense.
Because I'm all about butterflies. Ooh, and in fact, I'm already getting some procs for it.
Oh, wait. I need to be vertically aligned.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, that was...
There we go. Yeah, that one can be a little tough. It gets much harder on hard mode.
Mm-hmm. Welcome in, Santi. If you lost your
probably-
20 stream streak, that's because you didn't watch the VOD. So I can't really tell you anything there. But welcome in. We did finish the book reading portion for the day. And we will be doing probably 2 or 3 runs of Rabbit and Steel.
You're probably going to
you-
want the Sunflower Crown.
Sunflower Crown?
Yeah, it's an additional HP, and it gives you a bit more lenient of a hitbox.
Oh, nice.
2 things that are always useful. I'm probably going to take the Talon Charm. It's kind of a bit of a nothing item since I'm slowed down by pretty much every ability I use. But it's going to go off every now and again because I'm going to be moving 5 rabbit leaps just to match the patterns. But I feel like you probably need the defensive profile of the Sunflower Crown probably a little better than, or probably a little more than I do, so
Yeah.
it is yours.
I guess that is how it is, Santi. It is time to move on. But we are playing Rabbit and Steel. We played this last week after book reading stream as well. Oh, my snare missed.
Okay. I'm not going to use secondary here. My secondary needs to be in a specific zone to deal damage, and this boss is moving too much.
Yeah, that's fair. I just killed it with the snare.
Yeah, honestly, you do a lot of debuff damage. So if you get things that work off of debuffs might do well for you.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Garnet arrow shots. My global cooldown goes down to 0. Well, my cooldown goes to 0. Fires a single arrow directly at your target. No longer has a cooldown. No longer has to be aimed, and no longer slows movement. When used with charge, will grant a random buff to you and your allies.
Ooh, that's pretty solid, actually.
Actually, that makes my arrow shot so much better.
And then your defensive actually charges your primary. Oh, well, it supercharges your primary, which technically which counts as charging.
Yeah. So should I be using my defensive more often?
Yeah, it's seriously pretty solid on you because it grants you that charge on your primary, or that supercharge on your primary. Especially if you take Garnet Primary, which gives you a buff if used when charged. Which would give us both a buff when charged.
Okay. I'm gonna buy Garnet Arrow Shot. That's actually
Well,
really good. Now now it'll hit from anywhere. I'm also gonna buy a golden potion.
Always take the golden potion when it's there. It
It's so
more than
good.
pays for itself.
100%. I'm ready whenever you are.
I'm checking out my stuff here. I think I probably don't want. That could put me in a nice percent chance build, so I might take Garnet Primary, which
Oh,
just does, which just has a 50% chance to hit all enemies, and then another 50% chance to hit again.
Right. Oh, come here.
Yeah. All of my abilities slow me down, by the by.
Yeah.
You want to come over to me now?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And now we spread. She's dead.
Yep, there we go. Wow, I did a lot more damage than I was expecting.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
It's cool.
Oh,
Oh.
no. Oh, okay, we go.
We probably want to be a little close to each other, just so it's a bit easier to align.
Yep.
Oop. Yeah, and then I don't want to be in that because of the little damage zone.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I'll
wait.
just,
Spread out.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta both head up.
You
It's cool
definitely
she
do
gets-
more damage than I do right now, but that's okay.
I also have a lot more experience in the game. Okay, so we want to, yeah, make sure that Yeah, you know what's up.
Yep.
You know about you know what crows do.
I know the crows.
Okay, now you probably want to be, yeah. I also have a lot of abilities that change. Yeah, I probably want to be like
right over here.
No, you don't want to be. Yeah, we want to, because I have a PvP zone on myself.
Yeah.
So I wanted to position myself so I wasn't right on top of you. Okay, so I probably want to be like right here. I'm also getting relatively lucky right now with my my special resetting.
Oh, yeah?
So there are just times where I get butterfly after
Oh.
butterfly.
We're good. You did almost double my damage. Dang.
Well, my build is actually coming together a lot more than yours is right now, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so. You.
Mind if I take the Bloodflower Brooch?
Yeah, you can take the Bloodfire Brooch. I was thinking about taking the Blood Vial anyways. A lot of your
Okay.
abilities have lower GCDs than mine, so you'll probably get more use out of it as long as you're behind. And another
Yeah.
thing, enemies that are transformed in any way
Mm-hmm.
are always, all hits are considered behind on them.
Yeah. So this next boss will be that.
Once she transforms.
Yeah, when she transforms.
Okay. So now I'm gonna drop a couple butterflies down and let's get another damage zone on her. Now then, another damage zone probably helps.
Oh.
She's going down pretty fast, actually.
Yeah.
So we've got the DPS. Just make sure that you're constantly attacking for the most part. You probably want to be on the other side. You're about to teleport into a damage zone.
I wasn't paying attention to the teleport.
I try to be helpful. I'll go below.
Okay, I'll go up now.
Thank you. You probably
Yep.
want to go down just a smidge.
Okay, here we go.
She is honestly a lot easier for me specifically because she doesn't move a lot. I'll take the top.
Okay. Oh.
Oop.
I didn't see that there.
All right. Now you know how to handle the crows here, right?
Yep. Okay,
Okay, so we spread,
out,
and then we want to
get
meet
in
in
a
the
circle.
center. Maintain spread. Now meet in the center.
Oh, that was really fast.
Yeah, that's why you want to like be paying attention like the whole time. Okay, I'll go up. All right, I'll meet you down here. All right, now what do we got here?
Okay, spread
Now
out.
we're fine where we are,
Teleport in 2 seconds, and then...
and then we're fine again.
Yeah. Oh. There we go.
Yeah, I was on my way over. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
All right, now let's just kind of... Just a little reposition. Now, yeah. What we got next?
Spread
Okay,
out.
spread.
Teleport again. Rings.
Yeah, so we probably want to be like... So that way we teleport into the center. Yep. Nicely done. She's about to die.
Yeah. I got the Book of Insights. New trinket.
Nice. I believe that is a trinket that floats around you and it glows when you use your special.
Oh,
I
that's
think.
cool.
I don't remember.
I'd have to buy a heal.
Yeah.
I already have Garnet Primary.
Let's see here. Garnet secondary is pretty nice. It no longer puts down a field, so I no longer have to worry about enemies moving.
Garnet secondary is not very good for me. Ooh.
Ruby special isn't very good, but Garnet secondary is great for me. Now this
Uh,
defensive is probably solid for me, so I'm going to take it. Let's see, I don't really play a lot of Sniper, so I don't remember what all of the gems do.
Ruby Barrage is, it changes from 90 times 3 to 280 times 2. It increases the global cooldown by 0.6 and doubles the cooldown timer.
Okay, but your secondary does give you a use back, so it might actually still be worth
It might be
taking,
really
but
worth it.
because that is a significant damage increase.
So, but now the question I have for you is, Garnet Rabbit Snare. It no longer deals damage. It restores one use of your special and supercharges it. Now has a much shorter global cooldown. It halves the global cooldown, but has a cooldown of 5 seconds.
Okay,
but it has a 50% chance of resetting instantly.
Here's what you do in that case. You take that and Ruby special, and essentially you can just hold down your special and your secondary and your primary.
Right.
Because the way holding down buttons work is it'll always prioritize special, then secondary, then primary. But unless your secondary and special have cooldowns on them, it will try to apply them first. If they're unusable but not because they're on cooldown, it will try to take them, which is something you need to know if you unlock Defender Rabbit or some of the other ones that need to build up their special. Or Shadow Rabbit, who locks off certain abilities. But
so I
essentially,
should take both of these.
Yes, and you have the money to. You even... I think I'm also going to take a luck potion, so that way my secondary effect on Garnet primary actually procs more often.
I don't think I'll take the luck potion. I want to save my money.
You don't... The only thing the luck potion would do for you... Actually, a luck potion would make your secondary reset itself instantly more often, but that's not as beneficial of an effect as what I have.
Yeah. I think I'm good.
I think you're fine as well. Oh, yeah, also, luck up will boost Spark of Determination, meaning that I reset my special more often.
Rabbit Snare instantly gives me a new one. Instantly gives me a recharge of my special.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why you want to be holding it down. Okay. Alright, I will take lower and right. You can take upper and left. Well, we don't need to worry about upper, lower anymore. We just need to worry about left and right.
Yeah. Did I just do a 12,000 damage crit? Not 12,000, 1,200 damage crit.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, I'm so heavy. Oh.
I wonder why I'm not weighted down.
Oh, I wanted to give you a buff. There we go.
Okay. Oh, I could give you a buff as well.
Oh, yippee.
Oh, wait, no, I can't.
I do so much more damage now.
Oh, wait. I forgot. I took Emerald Special, so... or Emerald Defensive. I can no longer actively activate my defensive. So I might do what we in the business refer to as giving you super by going into a damage aura. Super is full invulnerability, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not a super long duration of super, but it is still worthwhile. I probably want...
You don't want to be over there. You didn't want to be in between those two. Ah!
Okay, I'm gonna... Yep. And then we're fine where we are, I think. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, head this way, so that way I can do something like this.
Okay, this one's almost dead.
Yep.
And she's gonna die too.
Yep.
55,000. Wow.
Yeah, DPS is honestly what you should really be focusing on, not your total damage. Because total damage
Yeah.
is just always going to be the health. Okay, I do not want Oni Staff. What I do want is
Do I
probably
want Wolf Hood?
Saltwater Staff. Wolf Hood does combo well with Bloodflower Brooch. Let me check. Do you have any percent chances? You do.
I have one, so I was almost thinking Diamond Shield too. Place on a small field for 2 seconds that erases projectile. While standing in the field, allies don't take damage. This effect has a cooldown of 10 seconds and can't be reset by any abilities or loot effects. That's pretty good, though.
I was looking for Oni Staff, because if you didn't have any percent chances, I would say take that, but you do. Wolfhood's probably solid for you. I think I'm going to take Saltwater Staff, because I'm kind of using my special a lot.
Okay.
Because it does reset randomly. I would really... Although I could have taken Diamond Shield as well, it really doesn't feel like it's the item I take there. Okay, I don't want the PvP zone to hit you. What I want is to take damage in a way that you're kind of nearby, but not in a way that you... Oh, I can just do this. Now you have super. You're invincible for the next few seconds.
Oh, nice.
You're vulnerable again.
Yeah, that's okay.
But still, I would... Super isn't just a invulnerability either. It is also a damage boost.
Yep.
I'm getting a lot of butterflies off. Because I keep getting my butterflies reset.
Alright, and now she is considered always turned around.
So are her minions, though. So...
True.
Yeah, I hit every... My secondary was hitting everything on screen, by the way.
Oh, wait.
You want to be in the circle.
Yeah, I saw it. I see it.
I'm going to give you some super.
Okay.
For 6 seconds and shit. Now we've got...
We're fine.
Yeah. We struggle with crowd control. It over here just fine. Or I want to be on your side of the field.
I was giving you a buff.
Oh. Well, it's enough that we could have shared buff from that distance.
Oh, okay. 1500 DPS?
Between the two of us.
Oh, is that
You
team
had like
DPS?
800. You had 800, and I had 700.
Oh.
Um,
I don't need to heal this time.
yeah. I no longer need the crowd control of Garnet secondary, so I think I'm going to switch over to Opal secondary. I think I'm also going to switch over to Garnet special.
So careful aim, gain brief invulnerability and a small boost to your movement speed, and it supercharges your primary. But Garnet defensive, gain a brief invulnerability and small boost to your movement speed, and supercharges your primary and secondary.
Your secondary doesn't deal any damage.
Oh, that's right. So I'd be wasting my money if I did that.
Yeah, you might get a better one in the future. I'm still going to take that luck potion. No, I think I still want... Do I not want?
I think I like all of my current ones.
I think... Ooh, that's a good question. I think I'm going to swap over to Sapphire Primary. Oh, wait, I don't have enough money.
If I could give you money, I would. Should I just spend
Yeah.
a bunch of money on level ups? Because I'm not buying anything.
I would, honestly.
How many?
All.
All of it? Okay.
Yeah, because you're going to be earning quite a bit of money through this level.
True. Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, now I just hold down special, secondary, and primary.
Just like me.
Yep. Okay. Are you probably... Yeah. This is probably not the fight for giving you super.
Probably not.
This one probably is. Yeah, if you just want to come a little closer, I can just give you super. I'm still going to try to avoid the little things, but...
She did.
Yeah. Yeah, your build is coming online now. For
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Oh, right, and this is normal Ronali, so... I gotta make sure I follow her around. In hard mode, it's...
Oh, man.
Have some super.
You know what? I'm gonna use my mouse for this one, because I can more easily control where I move. Oh.
Fair enough. I'm gonna just... Okay, I'm gonna move over here.
Oh, I thought for a second you
don't-
said to be in a circle.
Nope. We had PvP zones.
The sharp
Nice,
edge
you got the
set.
sharp edge set. Does it tell you why you got it?
Having used your primary and secondary exactly 10 times each.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. Damage.
Okay.
Debuff you applied wears off. Deal 120 damage and explosion on that enemy. Deal 250 damage to all enemies when you gain invulnerability. Oh, that's actually not bad for me because I use my defensive a lot to gain a buff.
Apple plate? Or
Reduces
storm
your-
petticoat?
Storm Petticoat. Reduces your defensive cooldown by 2 seconds. For every loot that is spent, grayed out with no effect. All cooldowns are reduced by 1 second.
Can I
So
take
that's-
apple plate?
Go ahead.
Because I have a I do have a loot item that's grayed out, It doesn't look like it, but essentially what happens is the blood vial,
Mm-hmm.
because it's something that applies at the beginning of the battle and then never again, it is
It grays
considered
out.
a grayed out item.
I'm gonna take Storm Petticoat.
Sounds good to me. And then I get some cooldown reductions, which applies to both my Summon Spirit and Lat Life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you were still dealing, or if you were still applying Snare, I would say
maybe
Painter's
the
Beret.
the Painter's Beret.
But since you're not anymore, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Snare doesn't do damage anymore, so it's better if I don't. Alright.
Yeah, also reducing defensive cooldown is good for me because my defensive has such a high cooldown. I'm gonna... Oh, well, that didn't do anything. Yeah, we want to be like in the middle here. Alright, so... Yeah, you stay there. I'm gonna intentionally take damage so that way you get super.
Awesome.
I'm gonna go this way, and then, yeah, you go that way, and then... I mean, we would have been fine. And then we just do the same thing here. Not that we're struggling at all. Up
We're
above. Up above.
Oh! Oops. I should
Down
have used my
below.
defensive there.
Yeah, you gotta watch the rotation angle.
Yeah.
It's all good, though. Alright, she's gonna summon a circle over here. We just kind of stand in it. And then move this way. And then it's like this. I'll do the lion's share of the movement. Mostly just because I'm kind of used to doing that.
Okay.
Now I'm just going to keep spamming my abilities, even though... Okay. I will move over here. And then if I go like this, I can now... Yeah, you should be safe, like, right there. Yeah, my main goal is to just spam as many butterflies as possible.
Wow, that was
Did it?
not bad at all.
It really was not. I think
The
in
pale
normal
key.
mode, Ronali might be one of the rougher ones, but as it stands, basically, I'm gonna let you know what you're gonna do here. If you're gonna check out Emerald Defensive, and because you're pretty happy with everything else you have,
it
and then
greatly slows my movement. It does supercharge. My cooldown is doubled, and it grants tranquility.
Okay, but let me tell you something. Tranquility is amazing.
Is it?
But I think it's something that requires a little bit of precognizance on how to use. Tranquility is basically kind of like stone skin or granite skin, where it will block a single hit if you still have the tranquility when you would take it. But it in addition to wearing off when the cooldown wears off, it also goes away if you move too far. Unfortunately, I think it's probably not worth it, and I think what you probably want to do is just buy more levels.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
I would say buy a potion, but unfortunately, the final boss is in a different zone, so the potion does not last through the final boss.
Yeah.
It does not last through Shira, so...
Yep. So, I guess we'll just go in like this.
Yeah. Way. Okay, so it's this stuff. Oh, this is so much easier on normal. I'm used to the hard pattern. Oh, we're done.
Nice. Easy.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and give you some super. Yeah, if we
Thank
get,
you.
I think it's red-black ribbon, or is it white-gold ribbon? I'm taking it. It's the one that doubles buff duration.
Oh.
Because then that 8 seconds of super I'm giving you turns
Goes
into
to
16 seconds. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm gonna come over this way and... Yeah. I hope you don't mind, I'm just gonna give you some super.
Okay. And
I'm
it's
getting
dead.
rewarded for standing in damage fields like an idiot.
It's all part of your builds.
Yeah, it really is. Ooh, hold on. Do I have... Okay. Unfortunately, Obsidian Rod is bad for me. Okay. So, let's see here. 10, 30, 36, plus 18. 36 plus 18 is... Let's see, so that would be 54 divided by 2. So 540 divided by 2 would be... I believe...
5, 25, 35, 41.
Hold on.
I have 59.
Oh, wait,
seconds?
no, you do have 59 seconds. So 59 divided by 2 would be 250 plus 40, or plus 20.
Wait, why are we dividing
actually-
it?
Because it hits twice.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it is a damage nerf for you for Obsidian Rod. It's a huge damage nerf for me. Now, do I have anything that applies on... I do not. Do you have anything that applies on percent chances? You do not. Oh. Oh, wait. I'm just taking Starry Cloak. My defensive's cooldown becomes 10 seconds? It's 30 seconds.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's so beneficial for you.
And,
Maybe I go Clockwork Tome.
honestly, yeah, probably works well for you.
Hastens global cooldown actions by 20% and moderately increases movement speed.
Yeah, I was gonna say either Clockwork Tome or the Blackwing Staff would have been good for you, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't... My primary doesn't go off
would
as
have been a
often.
bad choice. Yeah. But yeah, this means that sure my super isn't gonna last 10 or 16 seconds like I was hoping to get. But you know what's better than that? 8 seconds every 10.
Yeah, instead of 8 seconds every 30 seconds.
Yeah. You wanna there you go. Have some super.
Super.
Oh. It didn't actually apply.
It did.
No, it didn't. I meant the reduction in cooldown for my defensive. It was still 30 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Hey, no harm, no foul. What I'm learning is oh, you want to be on the other side. Yep.
Yeah.
What I'm learning is I struggle with reading comprehension. It's okay. Have some super.
Oh, thank you. And she's about to transform, right?
Yeah. Oop. Oh, I still had a few seconds left. Yeah, she's transforming now. Okay, now make sure you have a, or make
Have
sure
my
that you're saving your
defensive.
defensive, but you can use it just so long as you have it ready once you, or once she starts charging up her unavoidable attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, now is when you don't want to use your defensive.
Because I might waste it.
Because it won't recharge in time.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna come over closer to you, so that way you get... Oh, you moved too far away, you didn't get the super.
That's okay.
Alright. Now we just play a little ring around the rosy. But now we just kind of do this. Well, she might not get through her next unavoidable attack.
I don't think she will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just done for.
Yippee.
Now, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to try out hard mode?
Sure, let's try it.
I'm going to go with Grenadier.
I'm gonna do sniper again. I really like the sniper.
Okay.
Unless I should do something else because you're going grenadier.
I think you're fine going with whatever you want. I can make just about anything work.
I'm just hoping for Garnet primary again at least.
Alright. I
I'm
think
gonna
I'm
look at my
going to...
trinkets.
I'm gonna bring along a fish.
I have that. I have that. Yippee!
Oh.
Okay,
By the way, are you familiar with focus mode?
I am not.
Okay, so you see how I'm moving so slowly?
Yeah.
That's part of focus mode. Because normally my move speed is this. But when I activate focus, it slows my move speed down. Focus mode also sets your target between active enemies.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what button it is for you. For me, it is left bumper. Did you want to try that?
Let's look at my my keybinds.
Yeah, that always works too. Now, there are a great many items that are beneficial to Grenadier that suck for everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And a great many things that are bad for everyone else deal with reducing secondary damage, because my secondary does no damage.
I don't see it.
Okay, let me check something. Options, keybinds. What's your change target button?
Change target is shift.
You want to hold shift for me and see if that does it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that can be good on certain things where you feel like you're moving too fast. It's especially good for those, for when you have to keep moving, but you also need to keep moving while dodging projectiles.
Right. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, you... Yeah. As you can see, it just builds off of the mechanics that you learned in normal mode, but it just adds a little bit more complexity to it.
So I may have gotten too used to Granite primary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, left-hand cast is absolutely terrible for me because if secondary becomes permanently unusable, I cannot use primary either.
Oh.
I probably want giant paintbrush, honestly.
Okay.
Simply
Increases
because
your secondary damage by 50% by decreases its radius. Should I do pajama hat? Or maybe haste?
Pajama Hat's nice.
Eternity flute?
Eternity Flute is nice because it applies to both of us. If I get a specific item, haste will do nothing for me, but I'm not going to argue with you taking it because haste is going to be great on you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Raven's Dagger's not a good choice for either of us. Left-hand cast isn't either. Pajama Hat's not a bad choice for either of us, but I'm hoping not to use my defensive at all.
Right.
And one of the items I can take will actually... Okay, so you're about to get, chained, so you can't move past the chain. So it's just a matter of...
I missed. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, dang it!
Yeah, you're chained right now.
Man,
Don't
that
worry,
was not good.
You're about to heal for 2.
I know.
Okay. Let's see here. Emerald chestplate would possibly be decent for you, but taking it so early feels like a waste of its potential.
Yeah, it really does.
Unfortunately, a lot of these are just not great. I'm hoping not to proc into percent chances, so Diamond Shield is not good for me. Trick Shield is not good for me. Ruin Sword is an absolute noob trap.
I'm almost thinking Drill Shield, but I'm guessing that's what you're also thinking.
Honestly, I'm probably going to take just anything you don't that isn't Ruin Sword.
I think I'm gonna take the Drill Shield.
Then, yeah, take the Drill Shield. I might take the Diamond Shield. I might get a percent chance later that I can work with for it.
Okay.
And if not, at least it's not a nerf to me.
Yeah.
Oop. I was reloading.
She didn't do this last time, did she?
We're in hard mode now.
Oh, that's right. Oh, she knocked me back right when I was using my,
So that way you made you miss your primary shot.
yeah.
Happens.
This is a lot harder than I was expecting.
Yeah, it is a significant increase in difficulty. Let's see here.
I think I
We probably
wanted
wanna take
Garnet primary and secondary, and then Ruby special is what I went.
Yeah.
So none of these.
Now, I could take this, and I think I will. You're going to take the regen potion, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just 2 free health as long as it just increases your capacity for making mistakes,
Yeah.
which you are currently learning. You need as much capacity for making mistakes as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I might replace my reload or my secondary later, but right now, essentially, my primary can no longer benefit from your haste, but I can take something that increases the GCD on primary later on and be safe.
Yeah.
You want to come over to these 4 spots. Everything else
Oh,
is...
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take up here, even though I can't deal damage here. Okay. I can at least deal damage to that enemy. Okay. I can deal damage to this one. Okay, I can hit both here. Okay, one's dead. Now we just need to worry about... yeah. Now this one, I will go up here. And now we want to group together. Oop. Now we want to be separate. Now we want to group together, so here is safe. And now we want to separate.
Yeah.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't be moving sideways. Okay. Also, hard mode introduces another mechanic as well. We have a specific time that we need to kill them in, or else they enrage.
Oh.
Which is to say, while enraged, they essentially just straight up try to kill you.
Oh, that's scary.
You know those unavoidable attacks that you need to defensive through from... Oop, we need to spread?
Oh! I thought I could make it through the middle there.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this side.
Okay.
Now you probably want to up, or that works too. Now it's gonna be... Okay. I will just take the center, I guess. And now you want to get to the center. I'll go to the edge and you can take the center. Okay, now we go to opposite ends of the arena. You want to go to the right end of the arena, and yeah, now you just stay there for this next pattern. And I guess we just stay here continually. Oh, now we gotta get to the center. And now we go back to our side of the arena. Yeah, I was reloading. Back to the center.
Oh, no, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I
You're
wasn't
fine.
paying attention.
You are still in, oh, no. Okay.
Oh, what happened?
Sorry.
Why did Oh.
We had PvP zones. Yeah, that pattern is kind of rude. Okay. Okay, we wanna... One of them's dead, and now the other's dead.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Jade. Welcome back. It's okay that you fell asleep. You
Now
don't
we're
have to
gonna be going
sorry.
into Mati. You're gonna have 1 health down, but you're gonna take
No, I'm
Sunflower
taking
Crown,
Sunflower
and that is
Crown.
A-okay.
Just woke up. How's the game been going? We beat the normal mode on our first try, and we're doing hard mode now, and this is difficult.
I think I'm gonna take Stonebreaker Staff. It's not the worst in the world,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also not the best choice for me.
That's
Mostly
fair.
because I only use my special as an opener on Grenadier. Okay, now we want to be... Now you want to get knocked into the zone.
Oh.
Yeah, you also do not want to stand like in the middle of that, because that is going to make it hard for me to get in there. Okay. Now I'm going to throw that. Now, you have to get in your zone like real fast. You are not given any time, basically.
Oh. Oh, I went in the wrong one.
See
I
what
thought
I
it was
mean?
blue again. Yeah.
Okay, I'm safe up here. I can move down to avoid mine.
Oh no.
Okay, you take the left. Go down. Okay, center. And then I'll go right, you go left.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now hold on, I need to...
Oh, that was my fault.
Do not stand in the
Oh.
middle, that is a damage aura.
That's a damage aura. Oops. Hi,
Okay.
Lucy. Welcome in.
I got a defensive, so that way I can get on top of you.
That's my fault. Sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, no, not this.
Oh. It's okay. Okay. Get. I'm unfortunately thinking we're probably getting into enraged. Left side.
Oh, left side. Oh, left side.
Yeah.
So, hard mode's a little too hard for me.
Hard mode does take a little getting used to.
Hard mode's a little too hard for me, I think.
For now. You'll get there. I'll switch it back to normal.
We'll play Heavy Blade.
Okay. If you want a little bit bigger of a challenge, we can always do normal extra.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. I think we tried that last time we played and we didn't do so well, but that's okay.
We got to the end and barely missed out on the ending.
Oh, that was right. That's right.
Extra mode has my favorite tracks too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the combat music in Dark House Depths, and then woven into a spell, which is the final boss phase 2.
Oh.
Okay. Now then, Gladiator Helmet might be good for you for your spinning leap, as long as you remember to use it.
Yeah.
And then I can take Butterfly Ocarina, which will heal both of us every 2 fights.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take Gladiator Helmet.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to try to get through this without taking a single point of damage.
Okie doke. I will do my best to not make you take damage.
I appreciate. We just need to stay a little spread out, which is fine because I can be at range and you want to be up close.
Yeah. There we
Boom.
go.
I think Heavy Blade is probably your character right now.
Yeah, I'm just really good at Heavy Blade.
Heavy
Flame
Blade
Stagger.
is very, very good for newer characters, or newer players. But Heavy Blade is, it's really good because it doesn't punish you for being too out of position, because all of your abilities are AoEs around you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I might take Flame Dancer Dagger.
Okay.
Ribbon Staff might be good for you. Flame Bow's never a bad choice. It's just 180 damage every 5 seconds. Boulder Shield could be decent. Boulder Shield also has an amazing synergy with Obsidian Rod.
Boulder Shield?
Yeah, because it's got such a high cooldown, and Obsidian Rod uses all of your
yeah.
abilities cooldowns for, your special damage. So Boulder Shield's worth it because your defensive isn't great. Flame Bow's also just worth it because 180 damage every 5 seconds is definitely good.
I think I'll take
But I'm
the
gonna-
Flame Bow.
Sounds good to me.
If we see Obsidian Rod later, I'm gonna be sad. But
Obsidian Rod is also typically not amazing on you because you already do such amazing special damage.
right.
Bottom.
Yep.
PvP zones.
Oh, PvP zones. I need to pay
Okay.
attention to that.
I think Flamebow got the kill there.
Oh, maybe it did. Who knows?
Alright, and
Atelier Orium. Hi,
Oh,
Tasha. Hi, Tasha. Hi.
always pet the wolf.
Hi,
Okay,
Tasha.
Sapphire Pistol Shot is terrible. Let's see, do I have...
Sapphire Full Moon. Global cooldown is faster. Your movement speed is slightly increased at all times. That's not bad.
And it's a reduced GCD down to 1.1, right?
Yeah.
Which benefits certain items. It's definitely worth taking.
You think so?
Yeah. Vitality Potion might also be what I recommend for you here.
Yeah. I'm thinking Sapphire Primary and Vitality.
Okay. I think I'm taking Ruby Secondary. I'm probably going to replace it later on. Because this has absolutely nerfed my fire rate, but not really. It is
Right.
essentially doubled my fire, or it has essentially halved my rate of fire, but not really because each time I shoot twice.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, we just kind of wait, and then yeah, I'll take above, and then you can take below.
Okay.
This way we don't overlap our PvP zones, and she's dead.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is the one that I don't like fighting, because she flings that thing around.
Oh.
Thankfully, it's this pattern, and not the one that,
I
she
wasn't
does one
ready
where
for
it,
that.
Okay. You... Okay. I had the defensive there.
Yeah.
Because I was reloading, and my reloading turns me into a sitting duck.
Basically. I'm really glad
My
I have
football is
the
still intact.
vitality. Oh, your thing healed me.
Yeah,
Your ocarina.
yeah. Which is why I took it. Okay, let me reload now.
Hi, Crusader.
Okay, now do you know which one you are?
Yep, I'm on the bottom left right now.
Okay. I'm on the top left.
Hi.
So I'm gonna just throw a grenade.
I will see what you said in just a second, Crusader.
I will always try to take the outside when available.
Okay.
Oh, well, she's already on her next section. Okay, bring it up. Yeah. Bring it in, and now we separate.
Okay, I'm top left.
Well, it doesn't matter which one, as long as you remember which one you are, so that way you know which way to go.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Oh no. Come here.
We're fine.
Here we go. Okay, this is the last one, right? Oh. Oh, this is hard. Oh, I'm sorry. You accidentally took a point of damage. I didn't know what to do there. Sorry I made you take damage. Heavy Blade and Grenadier Enjoyers, a day to rejoice. Yeah, looks like Heavy Blade's kind of my main right now. Cora, do you want Sunflower Crown or should I take Sunflower Crown? Oh, wait, now I'm realizing what happened. Is stream alive? I think stream is fine. Better to focus on the rabbits? Yeah. I think stream's fine. I think so. It's my Discord. Discord's having an issue. I'm gonna try closing it and reopening. I think Discord's just having a problem. So we might have to communicate. Is there like a chat box? Oh, yeah. I can type. I can spell correctly. We're gonna quickly take a look at the Discord. Whatchamacallit? Alright, well, we won't be able to hear Cora for a bit until Discord decides that it wants to stop breaking. So, what augments do you like on your heavy? I usually greed for Emerald Primary and Defensive. I honestly don't remember. Oh, hey! Discord's back. Hi, Cora.
Hi.
I don't remember what I like to get on Heavy Blade. I will tell you once we get to the next shop, though, if I remember. Hi, Asha.
Okay. Okay, thankfully this is normal mode, so, none of the, super hard stuff applies.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Oh, I took damage.
It's fine. Okay, I'll up here and
What was that?
throw a
Why did I
bomb
take more
off.
damage? Oh,
you
because
had
I'm
a
supposed to
stop
stop
moving.
moving.
Yep.
Man,
Oh.
I hate this. Stop.
Okay. Oop. Okay.
I don't like this, guys.
Chad, are we cooked?
Chat.
Get inside of the,
Oh, I see now. Wait, why don't I just stand in the middle?
and I have to, defensive through your, PvP
Oh,
zone.
that makes sense. I understand it now. Guys, I promise I'm at least a little decent at this game.
You are? Extra mode is just a lot harder than, regular mode.
Well,
Asha especially is a, challenge here. It's okay.
yeah.
I will... Yeah, there's a reason that I haven't completed a damageless run in normal mode on extra. Okay. Okay, you want to get up, and I want to get down. Now I want to get up, and you want to get down. Oop.
Even when
Oh,
the
dear.
frogs aren't here, they will still find ways in through Asha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Frogs
cooked you.
and yeah,
I
it's
cooked
unfortunate
you.
that. Hey, it's okay.
Man. Okay, we're
We'll
gonna
just
we're gonna
we'll
do
just go
one
back
more
to
round.
Kingdom. We'll just go back to Kingdom.
I'm gonna pick Heavy Blade again.
Okay. I was also just not getting a run together there. All of the items.
We weren't getting
Grenadier
very
is
good
very
items.
Grenadier is very picky. Yeah. I can be far away because I
Yeah.
have because my bullets basically travel the entire width of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna throw a bomb and shoot once and
Yeah, Grenadier can be very sink or swim, but when you swim, the Atlantic is a warm-up.
pretty much.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Your primary damage increases by 40%. Your special's cooldown increases by 4 seconds.
I'm thinking about potentially taking that because my special isn't. This character isn't made or broken by their special.
Uh-huh.
And I don't have any abilities that hit more than once, so Shadow Bracelet isn't amazing. Hidden Blade probably isn't great for either of us.
So I'm... but I don't use my secondary at all.
No, none of these are amazing for you.
Grenadier with Shadow Bracelet, my beloved, if you get multi-hit secondary.
Multi-hit secondary. A Grenadier's secondary doesn't do damage no matter what.
Unless maybe one of the upgrades does it.
All of the upgrades for secondary apply to primary. There is a multi-hit primary which I could take, which is Garnet primary. But
There
it
is an
really
augment that does
struggles.
it?
Yeah, Garnet primary does hit more than once, so I could take Shadow Bracelet and try to get that.
There is Garnet primary, yes, but there is a multi-hit augment on secondary.
There is not. The secondaries are... Oh wait, yeah, there is. It's Ruby. But it also doubles your primary's firing time. So yeah, I suppose I could take Shadow Bracelet. That's what I had last time.
So should I take Grandmaster's Spear?
You can.
Or
'cause
maybe I
nothing
do
else
take
here really
Lapis
helps.
Sword.
Okay, then I'll take Grandmaster Spear.
So I
You
think I
want
take
Lapis
Lapis
Sword?
Sword because I know the thing that I want. I think I want Emerald secondary because
Yes,
I can
Emerald
just hold
secondary.
it down with my primary.
Yeah, and I also want Emerald secondary. An additional 2 shots in my clip.
Yeah.
And just straight damage bonus.
Oh. That was definitely an on me thing.
Okay, and then it's...
Dead. At least I healed from this, right?
Yes. Okay. I probably want Sparrow Feather, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because my, the swords are probably really good on you, because you can
Just because
reduce
I'm
cooldown.
always close.
You're always using your
anyways.
and you're always using your primary, so you're going to get that
True.
3-second reduction. And then when it's time to use your secondary, it doesn't really. It's beans because, like, it's it's not going to punish you too hard. It's still an 18-second cooldown. Alternatively, Waterfall Polearm is just half the time you have plus 70% damage to your primary damage. It really is just which do you prefer more, having an additional source of damage or having more damage on what you're using anyways?
I think I prefer to have more damage on what I'm doing, because then I have to think about more stuff. With the daylight and night gleam swords, I have to switch between primary and secondary to get the full effect out of them. And my secondary
mean-
right now is not great, but I do want emerald defensive anyways. Not emerald defensive, emerald secondary. So
I
if I
mean,
take these, then I get the
Worst
full
comes to
effect.
worst with Night Gleam Daylight Sword, it's going to be an 18-second cooldown for 300 damage. If we think about it for DPS, every 18 seconds you would deal.
Well, but the cooldown is lowered by 3 every single time I use my primary or secondary. So
Yeah.
with a global cooldown of 1.4 on the full moon, that means every 1.4 seconds I'm taking 3 seconds off of the daylight. And if I get emerald secondary, every I think it's 3 seconds for emerald secondary, is...
It's 4 seconds for Emerald Secondary.
Okay, so yeah, every
But
4
even
seconds I
then,
take 3 seconds off.
We're gonna say that that's roughly 300 damage every
4 seconds ish, 5 seconds.
we're gonna say it's probably gonna be closer to like 6 seconds versus a more or less 35% damage increase on what's already dealing 220.
So maybe I do just take the waterfall polearm.
It's not as flashy, but also it's just consistent, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're both good options. I'm not gonna say that, as well as the fact that they both come with cooldowns that can be used for items with cooldown stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Nice.
Easy peasy. Rem down.
Alright. The King's Arsenal, which is the wolves.
Okay.
Oh, Emerald Primary. Oh! Do I go... I think I go Emerald Full Moon.
That's the one that it just boosts damage and
Movement speed is slightly decreased.
okay. Fair enough. But it's boosted to 320 instead of 220? If I'm not mistaken.
Boosted to 320, yeah.
Yep.
Which would make the flow
Honestly,
strength even better.
yes, it would. Which makes your spinning leap probably more useful for quick repositions and temporary invulnerability rather than actual damage now.
Yeah. I wish I knew exactly how long the brief invulnerability was.
Half a second.
It's half a second? Okay.
Yes. I'm just not gonna buy any of the gems here. They aren't. These ones aren't really exciting to me. Okay, and then on this one we just kind of.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, I will just try not to get hit by stuff while I just shoot across both of these guys.
I can hit them both as well.
Stuck between a damage beam and a bullet.
Oh, yeah.
I could have defensived, in all honesty. You want to come over here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like right over. Oh.
Up here?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a little early on the bomb.
It's gonna
Okay.
go in the middle?
Nope.
No. And I took damage from something?
Yeah, sorry, I had a PvP zone crossing over you.
Oh, that's okay.
But I tried to defensive through it, but my defensive slows me down to a crawl. Okay, I'm locking in Flamewalker boots.
Oh.
Ivy staff might be decent for you. I could also take
Yeah.
Ivy staff, but unfortunately, the
I think
main
I will
draw
take
that
it.
I have, the main draw that I have is my primary has a really fast GCD. As you can see, it's currently a 0.5 GCD.
Yeah.
So Flamewalker boots basically brings me down to the minimum GCD that you can have in the game, which is 0.3 seconds.
Wow, so you're shooting really fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Americans upon entering a school.
That's crazy.
I know. My jokes are terrible.
No, it was crazy but funny. Oh!
Oop. Yeah, we got knocked around, which is... It's not the end of the world. I'll take top.
Okay.
Oh, wait. This isn't hard mode. We don't have PvP zones on us.
Oh, are there PvP zones in hard mode?
Yeah, it's also a smaller field.
Oh.
I'm gonna throw a grenade, and then I'm gonna resume this. Oh, yeah, also,
What the?
you brought your PvP zone on me.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying
Also,
to
the
just get a
Flamewalker
little...
boots really also benefits my Sparrow Feather playstyle. So that way I'm getting the 50 damage off more often. I can just stand right here. I'll just reload a few times. Yeah, this boss really punishes melee characters a lot.
Yeah.
It's okay. Jeez. She's almost done.
There we go.
And she's done.
Got her. We did it. Look at us being so good. Scholar's Nest.
Oh no. I just made the joke about schools.
Oh, wait.
It keeps wanting to give me Sapphire Secondary while I have Flamewalker boots.
Oh, Emerald Shadow Barrier. Isn't that really good? Because that was a passive?
That's the one. Yeah, that one basically gives you a midsummer dress. If I'm not mistaken.
Damage of all abilities are increased by 15% at all times, and movement speed is slightly increased. You will be unaffected by any loot or abilities that change movement speed.
Yeah. So basically the movement speed decrease of Emerald Full Moon is countered by your Emerald Defensive. As well as your
Nice.
defensive is actually a decently usable ability now.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't buy any more gems again. I just bought a ton of levels because these gems just aren't really worth it.
Yeah,
For
I
me.
think I'm going to save my money. And
Fair
maybe
enough.
buy levels on the next one. I really need Emerald Secondary.
I'm just going full cop mode here.
Oh, I didn't buy a health potion. That's what I forgot to do.
That's fine. I've still got the DPS to compete right now.
Yep.
You know what I really need? There's
What?
a dagger item that reduces secondary damage but makes its GCD 0.5 seconds.
Oh.
That is the item that absolutely makes Grenadier worthwhile.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna come over here and yeah. Don't mind me, just over here with my freaking UMP submachine gun.
Yep.
Have a bomb on top of everything. Just throw it right into your face.
Every 2 times you use your special, gain flash strength. I don't like any of these.
Yeah, they're realistically not amazing.
I might take White Flame Staff if that's okay.
Take it.
You don't have any percentages, so Diamond Shield isn't great.
I guess I could take Trick Shield, but I don't want because I don't want to use my defensive. I'm gonna take Diamond Shield because at least it's not
There's no debuff to it or anything.
yeah. Because the moment I use my debuff, my fire speed reduces.
Yeah. Oh, you want to know something crazy?
What's up?
Last night before I went to bed, I finished episode 970 of One Piece.
Yeah, that's crazy because I didn't even know it went up that high.
Yeah.
Oop.
It goes, I think One Piece has 1,145. Hi, Rain. Welcome in, and congratulations on third. We finished book reading earlier, and I plan on, from here on out, doing Rabbit and Steel after book reading. Just so it's not like a 2-hour stream of only book reading.
Okay, and then I'm gonna come over here, and then let's just throw a freaking grenade as I can.
Okay.
Spread,
and it's gonna be a circle.
Yeah.
Very quick circle.
Yeah, just immediately go into the center the moment after everything's done with spread. I should probably reload.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. How did I get third? Yeah, so I think people forget that those might be open. A few other people have been in since then. So yeah, I'm also quite confused on how you got third.
Oop.
It's okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna spread a little bit out.
Okay. And then I think it's the circles. Yeah.
So yeah, you just want to
So
move to the other side of the bird. Yeah.
I had a
Expertly done.
trainee to babysit. Oh, I didn't realize I had a circle. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking
You're
at
fine.
Rain.
I have quite a bit of movement speed thanks to flame walker.
Okay, we're good. Oh, that was on me. I got scared.
Yeah, I used my defensive, but she was basically dead, so it resulted in like no DPS loss.
Yeah, I have
Let's see if I
90
can.
coins.
Let's see if
I
I
think.
get an actual gem that I can use now.
Oh, I love the music here.
Okay. Yeah.
No. Is it Garnet Full Moon?
Garnet Full Moon is the one that
No, I want Emerald Full Moon.
No, you want Emerald
I want
Dark Wave.
Emerald Dark Wave, but I also want Emerald Full Moon because I have the
Yeah.
because I have Emerald Defensive.
And also Waterfall Polearm plays pretty nicely with that too.
Yeah. So I don't want to get Garnet. Should I just buy a bunch of levels?
Honestly, I would.
I think I'll do that, and then I'll save my money for the
long arm
next
potion.
shop. Long arm potion.
Yeah, it increases your radius, your attack radius.
Okay.
Trust me, you'll appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, this is the normal pattern? Oh. There's what I was expecting.
So she's gonna die.
Yeah, she is. I switched out my gun for a taser.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, now this is probably... Well,
Nice.
they're dead. They're dead,
Did they
Jim.
both die to poison? I'm pretty sure they
might
both
have
died to
to my
poison.
taser. Alright, Blush. I'm regretting getting Ruby secondary. I can always get a different secondary.
Is
next
that what
round.
made you have a taser?
No, that's Garnet primary.
Oh, okay.
Ruby secondary is why I'm shooting so much slower.
Oh.
It technically did increase the amount of shots I'm taking, but it decreased the amount of like sparrow feather procs I'm getting.
Right.
Okay.
Wait, so if I can't use my my defensive, am I still able to
You would still get the passive, but I'm thinking about taking it because it pairs really well with my Flamewalker boots. Because
I was
can't
almost
turn it on.
thinking because
Oh wait, but because you have your special
I
that
have
you can
my
use.
special that I can use
Yeah.
instead. If you think it's
Yeah.
better for you, I'll give it to you, but it
Oh,
seems pretty
I
nice.
mean, if I did take it, I would need to. We would essentially need to kill Shira before she did too many of her unavoidable attacks. But I don't
So
think we're
I
really.
should take them. The Angel's Halo. Because I don't think we can kill Shira that fast.
I think we can,
Oh, no, we probably can. She'll probably use it once or twice.
and we have 5 HP.
Yeah. Just as long as the pale keep doesn't, like, screw us over.
Which it shouldn't. I'm just thinking because you have, Clockwork Tome's probably good for you, as is potentially Frozen Staff. If you want me to have Angel's Halo, but like if you want Angel's Halo,
I think I want Angel's Halo, just because I don't use my defensive anyways.
yeah, me neither because I have the item that says, "Hey, this if you use your defensive, you lose your fire rate buff."
Right.
It's just the problem is for me, the other 2 items are on special, which I'm trying to phase out entirely, and then so is Clockwork Tome. But Clockwork Tome also does nothing for me when I replace Ruby's secondary, because I will already be at the GCD cap.
Right. So Angel's Halo really is only the really the only good thing for you.
Yeah. Frozen Staff is great for you because you can use your special twice in quick succession, which means that your secondary, when used twice, deals an additional 150 damage when you hit it twice in a row.
Yeah.
Also, you want to be hitting it twice in a row so that way you can get flash strength.
Wait, why am I getting flash strength from hitting it twice in a row?
White Flame Staff. Every 2 times you use your special, gain flash strength.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. Yeah, I'll take the frozen staff then.
All right. Anyways, I'm just gonna keep shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting. Keep moving. Stop moving.
What?
Keep moving. Stop moving. And then she's probably going to transform very, very soon. Yeah, here we go. Just yep. All right, now it is the dance. I'll always try to take the further away position so that way you can have the melee spot.
Yeah.
She's almost dead.
Yep. Nice. Musical chorus and silver crown.
Nice. Now you can sing.
Yay. The Pale Keep. Okay, let's see. Man, no emerald secondary at all.
Yeah, no, and I'm stuck with ruby secondary.
Question.
What's your question?
If it uses all 3 of my uses at once, does that count as using 2 uses?
I don't believe so. It might. You can take it for science if you'd like.
I'll take it for science. See how that goes. And then I think I'll use the rest for for level ups.
Sounds good to me. All right, I think we have what we need to absolutely eviscerate Shira.
I hope so. Oh, wait, I think it procced? No, it didn't. Never mind. I was incorrect. It does inflict freeze with every hit, though.
Yeah. which means that every time you get the triple hit off, you are dealing just that full super freeze.
Yeah. Nice.
I wonder if I can get Robe of Dark. That's another thing that reduces global cooldown. Well, ding dong, they're dead.
Oh yeah.
Grasswoven Bracelet's probably
Yeah,
you
that's what I
want.
immediately looked at.
Although Venom Hood probably isn't necessarily that. Actually, it could be good because you do 2 different debuffs, but
Yeah, but
Painter's
one of them required.
Painter's Beret is also pretty solid for you.
Oh yeah, because I poison.
Yeah, you poison and you freeze.
And I spark if I use my secondary.
Yeah. So I probably don't want Mermaid Scale Mail. I don't have anything that benefits from that.
I'm
Grasswoven Bracelet does nothing for me. I don't do any debuffs, but I think I'm taking Venom Hood because I don't have any debuffs for Painter's Beret. I'm just going to take
these two.
Yeah.
I think I go Painter's Beret.
Sounds good to me.
My radius is already pretty big. I don't know if I super need to worry about that.
Yeet. I'm just gonna immediately start off by throwing a bomb and then just tasering the fuck out of this rabbit.
Yeah.
Get on the ground! Stop resisting!
Oh wait, I want this one.
Yep. I'll always take top.
Okay.
Oop. A little too far left. I'll let you have the melee spot next time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Careful.
The first redeem is not being kept open for anyone, actually. No one's just claimed it.
Well, I mean,
Hi, Tech. Welcome in.
It's okay.
It's perfectly
That was
fine.
my damage to take.
I took damage too.
Ah,
Uh,
I tried to dodge your
Youch.
PvP zone, and I.
Oh,
It's okay.
wait. Was I in your way?
Yeah, you had to move north.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm just gonna keep. She's gonna die.
Yeah! Extra mode and the time gem set.
Oh, you unlocked that extra mode naturally.
Speedrun after clearing every kingdom stage. Yippee!
Oh, which ones were you
Congratulations
missing? Probably
Frogs.
frogs.
Frogs. Thank you for the hydrate and
Okay.
stretch, Tech.
All right.
That's probably about what I'm gonna call it for
Okay.
stream, I think. But if you
There is
wanna...
one thing that I want to do to unlock something for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There is one last unlock you can get, and I don't think you've done it yet.
Uh-huh.
And it's gonna take it's gonna be very quick.
Okay, we can do it.
Just trust me on this.
Yeah, I got you. I scared the dog off.
There is
LOL.
there is an unlock you can get for it's an item unlock, and the unlock condition is restart a run after viewing the first treasure chest.
Oh.
I'm not joking. So yeah, we're just gonna bust this open and just choose whatever, because we're gonna reset immediately after this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep. The performer's set. Restarted a run right after
Yep.
opening the first treasure sphere.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you. No, Tech, you didn't scare me off. I just, that was the last planned one. I think, Cora, if you're still free after, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this real fast, because I honestly forgot. Okay, if you're still free, if you want to play anything else, like maybe we can play some Minecraft, I don't know. We can do that after. Up to you, but I think I will be raiding out. You know what? Let's raid out into Vor. Vor's raided out into me, and
raid out into Vor?
Vor Ansert. He is one of my friends. And he's raided into me before, so I think I'll raid back into him. So yeah, we're gonna raid. No, that's not how you do that. /raid or _ ansert. Cora said out loud what I was too scared to ask.
You fool. You think that I have shame? I have a lot of shame.
Alright, well, I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. I am I will be back on Tuesday, and I will have a schedule. No, I'll be back on Wednesday. Not Wednesday. Yesterday was Wednesday. I'll be back on Saturday. Yep, totally. Yep, you did. Thank you, Tech. I think I'll be back on Saturday playing a game that I bought recently that I've played a little bit of that I want to play on stream. I'm not gonna say what it is yet, but it will be Saturday and I will post that into the schedule channel. Here is the follow raid message. Here is the sub raid message for those of you who are subscribed. I will copy and paste it. Good, because I'll have long forgotten by Saturday. Understandable. I will I'll post that schedule thing for Saturday in there later today. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you on Saturday. Bye everybody. Bye 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 bye.